Hello everyone, welcome on in. It's time for some more Chaos Child. I presume we'll probably finish the true ending tonight, but if not, that's what next week is for, I guess. Let's just, without further ado, get right into it, right? Alright, in an ideal world, we would have done Kudusu's route after getting Uki's route, but we're not in an ideal world, so we did that as our second character route ending. I'm still not ready for this true end, man. I was fully expecting this to not be until next week. So, here we are anyways. Pardon the change from PNG tuber to live 2D model. I did the first part with the PNG tuber last week, and we're finishing it now. And since it's the final one, I wanted to use my live 2D model as a parting thing. I don't know. Don't listen to any logic, there isn't that much logic. Let's just hop right in. Chaos Child, Life on the Right Side of Reality. I don't like that title. Sometimes. Assuming this is audio. I have these dreams. Sometimes I have them on the night after I get a bad test grade. Or when I have a fight with a friend. This actually could be Kudisu. Squints. Anytime I'm not feeling well when I sleep, I have those dreams. I only remember the dreams when I'm asleep. When I wake up, I don't remember anything about them. And the dreams are strange that way. The dreams, I'm a murderer. This is definitely Kudisu POV, hang on. And the dreams, I'm a murderer. The first people I killed were the parents of my childhood friend. I killed them because he wanted me to do it. Maybe I actually don't know who this is. I'll just use my normal speaking voice until we find out who the fuck is talking. In his heart, he was happy, so I was too. Serika, maybe. I'm gonna stop guessing. But the murders didn't stop there. I kept killing people in secret after that. As for the reason why... Oh, this is definitely Serika, actually. Hang on, I should have known that. My brain's just somewhere. It's because I need to do... It's because I need to continue the game that he wished for deep inside his heart. I'd leave hints and small contradictions at the murder scene so that he could slowly track down who I was. The boy loved the game, and when I saw how happy it made him, it made me happy too. In the dreams, there was a man helping me with the murders. It was the doctor who ran the dorm where he stayed. I didn't like the doctor. He wasn't normal. Every time he appeared in my dreams, he suggested a cruel, horrible way of killing someone. But he would laugh and smile, and always say the same thing. Your boy wouldn't enjoy anything less. Very well then, I would think in response. And that's what it would take for the boy to enjoy it. That's what I would do. The man and I killed many people in the dreams, in the worst ways imaginable. In my dreams, I was psychic. I knew exactly what the man was trying to do to the boy. He was planning something awful. But I knew he wouldn't lose to the man. The boy I loved was very, very strong. He was my hero. No, come to think of it. And there was another man in my dreams, sometimes. It was a man I knew well. Normally, he was a lazy, easygoing man, the kind you could never imagine doing something wrong. The committee is willing to let this play out, provided that you don't interfere with us. We're interested in seeing what happens to him. He was part of some organization called the Committee, the kind of thing you'd see on a TV show about urban legends. He said he was watching me and the boy at all times. Even for a dream. It seems like a little too much, so I thought to myself, and almost laughed. By the way, how are you getting along with your everyday life? You won't want to slip up and have someone find out who you are, right? After he told me that, I realized something. In the dreams, for some reason, I didn't have a home. He found me at the home of a girl who lived by herself. I killed her, and then I found my place to live. And each time he appeared in my dream, he would tell me about the strangest things. D-swords, gigalomaniacs, the truth about the new generation madness, the murders that had occurred in Shibuya before the earthquake, the artificial gigalomaniac generator device, as well as Chaos Child Syndrome and the sumo stickers. And the other me, who was watching the me in the dreams, would always look down in confusion. Why was I having these dreams? Sure, whenever there was a program on TV about urban legends, I'd watch it. But it was just a small hobby of mine. It wasn't something that should be showing up in my dreams. In one of my dreams, he was calling me like I was at school. Sending him into the hospital basement was going a little too far, you know. He made me have to move all the things that we were keeping down there. I don't like trouble, you know. It was some kind of lab, filled with all kinds of machines. I was surprised to find something like this in the basement of a place I knew so well. Wait, no, that wasn't right. This was a dream. Impossible things happen all the time in dreams. Sorry, as a middle manager type, I have to tell you these things. Anyway, just keep him on a tighter leash, alright? If you do, I won't do anything. You just need to be a little more careful, okay? I just kept on having these strange dreams. But every time I woke up, I wouldn't remember anything. That's when I was thinking of going to a doctor about all this. I had that dream. It was the most realistic dream I'd ever had. November 4th. It was so realistic I even knew the date. I was in a panic. She had found out my secret. You were the one who was using Minami-sawa's sentry, weren't you? I don't want to hear that from you of all people, Kurisu Nono. I screwed up and let her find out who I was. How could have I known she'd find me out because of the cell phone strap he had given me as a present? I quickly ripped off the strap and threw it away. It made me sad, but I didn't have a choice. I wasn't intending to kill her. Her death would be too much of a shock for him. He might quit playing my game if I did. No good. I'll have to kill her without him finding out, and then come up with something. I drew my D-sword and tried to kill her. But then, I suddenly saw something in my dream. He and she might have a future like this. I got distracted in Mr. Vitals. I swung the sword again, but then... It was him. And now he knew. There was no way I could talk my way out of this. No, 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 no. Run. Run. That's what she said just before collapsing. Of course, she was talking to him. But I was the one who ran instead. I think that's where it all started. Where the me and the dream started to go wrong. And then the dream suddenly ended. Stop it! He was holding his D-sword high and looking down at me. And I was begging him not to do something. Don't take my reason for living away from me. I've read so many minds since I was created. Everyone's always so scared, and no one ever knows what to do. How could they live like that? How could they even smile? They don't even know why they're doing it. I don't want to be normal. And for the first time in my life, I actually cried real tears.
ダメだ。
No,
お
I'm
前
going
は
to be a normal girl.
普通の女の子になるんだ。
No. Please. Please. Let me help you forever. This is it. Goodbye.
それじゃあ、さよなら。
To the very last second, I was gazing at the face of the boy that I loved. I would never forget it. February 11th, 2016, Thursday. I wake up feeling something on my cheek. I put my hand up to it. It's wet with tears. And what dream was I having that made me so sad? Are they tears of joy, maybe? I'm not even sure. But whenever I have that dream, I cry. It makes my eyes all puffy and red. Maybe that's just how my body works? Or maybe I need to have a doctor look at me after all. But I don't know how I would even begin to explain it to them. I don't remember what these dreams are about after all. I stretch out of the bed to try and feel better. And the light coming through the curtains is bright. And the weather outside seems to be very good. Today's February 11th. It's National Foundation Day, and school is closed. But I'm supposed to go out and meet a friend, so I have to get up and get ready fast. Aoi? Hello. Jerika, where are you? Home? Huh? Huh? You haven't left yet? I move the phone away from my ear and check the time. It's 10 minutes before the time when we're supposed to meet. The shopping mall we plan to rendezvous at is 20-minute walk away. I realized that I don't remember setting my alarm the night before. And I don't have a bike. I'm sorry, I'll leave right now. Oh, it's fine. We could just meet at the station. Does that work? Huh? It's fine, but we're not going to the usual place? Ayaka suddenly got some free time, and she says she wants to go to Shibuya. What? My heart pounds loudly. Was that a problem? No, it's okay. Talking fast to cover up my panic. I tell her I'll be there as soon as I can and hang up. I'm not supposed to go to Shibuya. That's what she told me. She didn't even tell me why, but it probably has something to do with the traffic accident I was in 3 months ago. Well, even disregarding the accident, I just don't really feel like going to Shibuya that often. Yokohama has a lot of places that are just as fancy and fashionable, and going all the way to a crowded town like that on my day off is just exhausting. I don't like big crowds anyway. When I see a lot of people at once, my head starts aching, and I feel something strange on my chest. Is that just another thing my body does? Well, it's fine. My friends have been nice enough to invite me. And it's my guardian's fault for not telling me why I shouldn't go to Shibuya anyway. She lives in Shibuya, so I see her there. I'll tell her that myself. So if I see her there, I'll tell her that myself, rather. I left out of bed and start to get ready. the contents of my stomach flow down the drain and disappear. When you feel like you have to vomit, just getting it over with is the best way to feel better. True. And the crepes I just ate are gone now, though. No, not the crepes.
大丈夫?
You okay? Oh, he's rubbing my back. I raise my hand to show that I'm fine. That 1800 yen I spent was a lot of money. Oh, you know what? That's real. I would think of that too if I ended up having to throw up a crepe that cost that much. I saw a group of college kids having fun, and suddenly felt like I needed to throw up.
これって
Does this have to do with that sickness in your head you were talking about? I don't know. It happened 3 months ago in Shibuya, on November 6th. It was the day of the Shibuya Restoration Festival. Supposedly, I was hit by a car full of people who came to see the festival. I say supposedly, because I can't really remember it. All I remember is seeing a very bright light. Headlights, maybe? And the next thing I knew, I woke up in a hospital bed. There were wounds all over my body, particularly my stomach, and I was wrapped up in bandages like a mummy. That was worse than that. But what was worse than that was the effect it had on my memories. Yeah, Takeru cast Become Normal Girl Beam, and it worked. I remembered my name. I remembered how old I was. I remember my favorite TV shows. I remember the day of the Shibuya earthquake. I remember the faces of idols I liked and how to use Flick input on a smartphone. But what school I went to, where I lived, who my parents were, all of that was gone. I've tried so hard to remember, but I just can't. Instead, I sometimes see images in my mind, like clips from a film. Sometimes it's a town in ruins, or rows and rows of TV screens, or a puddle of blood. But none of them seemed real, and I can't imagine why I'm seeing them anyway. And the doctors told me that maybe I used to like watching movies, and that's supposedly where the images come from. Maybe they're right? I don't know. It's okay. Here you go. Yoko ran to get me a bottle of tea.
Thank you.
Thanks. I take it gratefully, rinse out my mouth, and spit into the drain again. Gosh dang it. You know. What is it? Even if you're sick, you need to act more like a girl. It's a waste. In fairness, she's a girl that came from a boy's delusions. She can't be perfect. Huh? What is she talking about? I felt like someone told me that the same thing before. And as I think about that, the urge to vomit fades away. What should we do? I got the clothes I wanted. Should we go home? No, I'm fine. I feel just fine after that. Sure, it's not just because you had 3 whole crepes. Oh, to have 3 whole crepes. Peachy, we should go get crepes sometime soon. Maybe you're right. Sometimes, something happens and I suddenly feel like I remember glimpses of who I used to be before the accident. Like when I saw that crepe stand a bit ago. Back then, I suddenly felt a strong craving for crepes. And I ended up eating too many. I never realized how much I like sweets. Or maybe I just really like crepes specifically. Maybe I ate them on a date with the boy I liked once. My face goes red. There's no way. Probably. I'm not interested in that stuff. And if I did have a boyfriend back then, he would have come to see me when I was in the hospital. Probably. Want to go see a movie? Serika, how are you for money?
お金は
Spend it all on fucking crepes. Two of my precious 1,000 yen bills already disappeared down the drain, along with the crepes. Oh, that sucks. I don't have any parents to beg for cash.
生活費の振り込み
I
って
cut my money for living
15日だから
expenses on the
な
15th, too. And this must be what a grown-up feels like the day before payday. Yeah. What should I do? And then, I suddenly see something strange.
あれ
What's that? Huh? Oh. Always sees what I'm looking at, it frowns.
セリカは見
You
た
never
こと
seen
ない
them
の
before, Serika? Phantasm, isn't it? I nod. Maybe the old me saw one in the past, but I don't recognize it now. Okay, maybe not a phantasm.
聞いたことく
You've
らい
at
は
least
ある
heard
で
of
し
it,
ょ
right?
ハ
Chaos
ウスチ
Child
ャイルド
Syndrome?
症候群 あれが
And that's what it is? There are these strange-looking people walking around. No, it's also they look strange, and more that the clothes they're wearing don't match their appearances at all. There's a weird, unbalanced feeling to them. I can't stop staring. But the people around them are clearly used to them, so they don't seem to mind.
確か
I heard that young people who had something bad happen to them during the earthquake got that condition, right? Aoi nods.
なんで
How
誰も
come
気にしない
nobody's
のか
bothered
な
by it?
気にはしてる
They
の
are,
よ
but it's not the victim's
けど
fault.
あ
It's
の
just
人
a
たちが悪
disease.
いわけじゃない
And
もん
besides...
そういう病気らしいから
あ
それに
Aoi looks up at the big TV screen on the side of the building. What an interesting time for a government message. A message from the government. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society, free from discrimination. For help defending your rights, call 110 and then other phone number. She's looking below the TV at the marquee used for news and messages. And there's a message there. Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It's not dangerous and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is also a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society, free from discrimination. Free call 24 hours a day. Despite the fact that I've obviously heard about the syndrome in the past, I've never seen anything like it.
渋谷だけ
I've
だよ
only run into
こん
people
な
who
風
have
に
the
なってる
disease in
の
Shibuya. So Aoi asks, when she notices that I'm still staring at the announcement.
なんか変なの
This
この
sounds
街
kind of weird. There's lots of
いろいろ
rumors
噂
about
され
it.
てるし
Oh yeah, I've heard about them too. Sometimes the syndrome patients go missing, right? Like they're being taken away for experiments or something.
実
Experiments? You read so much
あんたは漫画の読
manga.
みすぎ
They say, unknowing that they are in a psychological horror visual novel. Anyway, you've really never heard of this before, Serika?
うん
No,
知らないよ
never.
そっか
I see. You don't really read news on the internet, do you? She's right. I've never really been interested. I don't even have internet at home. According to Ayaka, everyone else has internet these days, but I wonder if that's really true. Anyway, since you don't have any money, do you want to go take a peek instead? Ayaka flashes a mischievous grin.
何を
Peek at what? At the place to keep all the patients. I know where it is.
私場所知ってるんだ
What could go wrong?
え
What? No
Ew.
way. I'd rather go see a movie. I'll pay for Serika's ticket. And three of us argue for a while, but in the end, Ayaka wins out. The reason being, I don't like the idea of having a friend pay for me. Plus, for some reason, I can't explain. I want to go there too. Just for a little bit, okay? I don't want them getting mad at us. So, where is it anyway?
なんてとこどこにあんの
It's really close. It's called Hekio Academy. It's a few minutes walk away from the station. It sure doesn't look like a place for sick people. It just looks like a normal school. And there's a plate on the entrance that reads Hekiho Academy. I could see the patients coming in and out of the building. Some are laughing and joking around, while others are alone and playing with their smartphones. And they really do look like normal students. So that explains it. They're all wearing the school's uniform. But why? That uniform doesn't fit their appearances at all. It actually makes them stand out even more. And they say that all the patients actually think they're leading a normal high school life here. What? They don't know what kind of place this is. How is that possible? That doesn't make sense. How can they not know? They would know what people say about them if they watch TV even once, so how? I wonder what they're seeing. Just as I go to take a look inside. I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my head and collapse on the spot. I felt my mind begin to fade away, and then everything goes black. Yeah. So I'll stay home tomorrow. Sorry about today. Yeah. I'll get some rest. Thanks. Bye. I end the call with Elvie and fall onto the bed. I only passed out for a few minutes. I then woke up and the two of them walked me home. My head still hurts. It's a strange pain. How do I describe it? It's not like a real headache. It's like the center of my head is heavy or something. What exactly happened to me earlier? Suddenly, I see a vision of something in my head. This has happened to me before, but this time it's different, more powerful. It feels like I've got inside the vision. So much so that I can even smell it. Does this have something to do with what my life was like before I lost my memories? Do I actually know Hekiho Academy, that facility in Shibuya? I take out my phone and look at my address book. And there are 22 names on the list. The only one on the list who isn't a friend is my guardian. I start calling her, then abruptly cut it short. She told me not to go to Shibuya. I can't tell her what happened today. Maybe I should just tell her about the vision I saw I can read. I wonder if she knows anything. When I woke up in the hospital after the accident, I didn't have any form of identification on me. No matter what the doctors asked me, I couldn't answer. And then she came. She said she was a distant relative of mine, and that she'd be my guardian. She was the one who told me who I was before the accident. Supposedly, I was an only child. I used to live in a prefecture far away from Tokyo. In the fall of my second year in high school, my parents both died in an accident. I was all alone. And then this person, my distant relative, took me in. I didn't have enough money left after that to keep going to the private school I was attending at the time, so instead I ended up transferring to a cheaper school run by a man she knew. But the day before I was supposed to start, I went to the Restoration Festival. It was the first time I ever went to Shibuya, and I was apparently shocked to see the sheer number of people there. While I was standing there in shock, I was swept up by the crowd and pushed out onto the street. Just as a car was driving by. After that, I woke up, only to find myself in a hospital bed. I had a terrible scar on my stomach, and I had forgotten everything. Then The day I left the hospital, I asked my guardian a question. Can I go back to my old house? I'm at the house where I lived with my parents. If I went back there, I thought I might remember something. But she told me, you can't go back there anymore. Apparently, someone else owns it now. She said they'd tell me the reason why when I was older, but that still hasn't happened yet. She told me she works in Shibuya, I can't leave the city, so that was why after I left the hospital, I started to live here by myself in this apartment in Yokohama. And the first time, I fell asleep in this room after leaving the hospital, and woke up in tears, and then I made a decision. I don't have time for crying. I need to live the best life I can, for my parents' sake, and for mine as well. Am I ready? Am I okay? I am okay. And that was when I left my past behind. Or so I thought. With a facility called Hekio Academy, and all those Chaos Child Syndrome patients, and they seem like they're going to make me remember. Stay away from Shibuya, alright? I knew it was going to be Mimose. She told me that so many times, but maybe it's because she doesn't want me seeing Hekio Academy and the people who go there?
Wow.
It's like there's something I'm not supposed to remember. There's no way. This isn't a thriller or anything like that. Fancy that. Chaos Child Syndrome. A specific condition that appears in certain victims of the Shibuya earthquake. Theorized to be a psychogenetic mental disorder. It seems to have a form of schizotypal disorder, a condition in which the patient does not recognize that they have a disorder. The originator of the name is unknown, but is said to have come from both a psychologist and one of the patients, rather. The name appears to have come from the fact that all patients with this disorder were young children at the time of the Shibuya earthquake, and the complexity of the circumstances surrounding the earthquake and their symptoms. That is believed to be the origin of the name Chaos Child Syndrome. Raise your hand if her yawn made you yawn. I couldn't stop thinking about the syndrome, so I ended up spending the whole night researching it on my phone. I didn't understand over half of what I read. Just reading it gave me a headache. And it was all is believed to be, or is said to be. It was like no one really knew anything about it. Eventually, I found a page that said, mental disorders are neither real illnesses or fictional myths, but somewhere between the two. I didn't know what that meant, so I just gave up. That page can go choke on a phallic object. That is all. A lot of other people besides me were looking into it too. Some people were coming up with weird conspiracy theories, and others were saying that the very idea of explaining it scientifically was nonsense. I realized as I read that I kept seeing the same name again and again. Right? He's the boy behind the serial killings in Shibuya. He's just 18 years old, only a year older than me. I lost my memories from before the accident, so I didn't really know what awful things he did at first. I tried to look him up, but when they gave me my phone, they put a filter on it. I can't read basically anything that has to do with Miyashita Takeru. Go to a net cafe. Boom. But that only made me want to know more. Maybe that was why I was like... Maybe that's what I was like before the accident? My personality doesn't seem to have changed much. Well, unless you're interested in looking into it yourself, information doesn't do you any good. Huh? It feels like someone's told me that before, and pretty often at that. But who? Well, it doesn't matter. Aoi's phone doesn't have any filtering on it, so I was able to find out more about Miyashita Takeru through her. What I read about him is shocking. It's hard to imagine that someone my age could have done what he did. He killed his own younger sister, and he worked together with an accomplice to stuff her body into boxes. Then he tried to kill his older sister and failed. His older sister is still in a coma after that, I couldn't believe it. I felt disgusted with this Miyashiro person. How could he do something so horrible? And then I found something that made me start wondering. And I learned that he attended Hekiho Academy before he got caught. And they told me not to go to Shibuya. And they put filtering on my phone to stop me from looking up Miyashiro specifically. Which means that maybe there's something there. Something they don't want me to know. I don't know what it could be. But it just doesn't feel right.
Yoshi!
Alright. I slapped myself a few times on the cheeks to help me focus. I just want answers. That's why I decided to pretend to be sick to get out of school, and then head back to Shibuya. Okay, I'm ready to go. I say a silent sorry to my friends who are worried about my fake illness, and set off for my destination. When I reach the same spot as yesterday, I suddenly hear the sound of a bell. All the noise that the patients are making stops, and the whole facility goes quiet. Is it time for class, maybe? And this place seems just like the high school I went to. Ayaka told me that the people here think they're going to school. What do I do? I've come to the same spot as yesterday, but I'm not having any visions like I did last time. I don't want to pass out again, but I also got my hopes up a little. That maybe I would see something else. And that maybe it would be a clue to the old me. I take out my phone and check the time. If it's the same as a normal school, they should still be in morning classes. I just heard the bell, so it's probably third period. Should I go inside? If I act like I belong here, maybe they won't... No, that won't work. It'd be one thing if I was wearing the school's uniform, but in my street clothes they'll spot me immediately. There's something wrong. Not good. I've been staring at the school for so long that he probably thinks I'm suspicious now. I smile at the guard as he walks up to me. No, not really.
Oh, it's you. I haven't seen you in a while. Where have you been? No, then where's your uniform?
Huh?
This is actually against the rules, but no, I'll let it slide. Get inside quick. Hurry. And you can make it in time for third period.
And then he lets me go right on into the school. What is he talking about? My uniform? He hasn't seen me for a while? He knows me? I don't understand. I just keep standing in the middle of the courtyard, shocked.
What's wrong?
My guard's starting to get concerned. If I don't do something quick, he'll definitely get suspicious. I'll just go with it. I don't know what's going on, but standing here is only going to make him more suspicious. I start walking resolutely toward the school building. I finally make it to the entrance. I didn't realize it before, but my breathing is starting to quicken. I look around, desperately searching my memories. But I've never been here before. Probably. Still. For some reason, I recognize the smell. It's the smell of the school building. It feels much more like home than my high school in Yokohama. No, that's impossible. I'm just imagining it. All schools smell the same. And then suddenly, I see a vision in my mind. Just like yesterday. My heart pounds loudly. I'm sure I've never been here before, but I still feel a sense of deja vu. I suddenly remember what the guard said. I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, and where's your uniform? Get inside, quick. Did I actually go to the school before the accident? Does that mean I'm a student? No, a patient here? But I don't have Chaos Child Syndrome. I open up the shoe locker for guests and put my shoes inside. I decide not to wear slippers. It's possible we might need to run out of here after all. I head up the stairs to the 3rd floor. The further in I get, the stronger the sensation of deja vu. I feel sick. No, I feel uncomfortable. It's like I'm watching a movie I saw when I was a kid. I don't remember the story or the ending, and I can't think of the title or what the protagonist looks like, but I know I've seen all the scenes before. I can faintly hear what sounds like a teacher's voice coming from one of the classrooms. I just keep walking through the movie. For some reason, I suddenly stop. What am I doing on the 3rd floor? I'm in front of a 2nd-year classroom. Why did I stop here? Why did I come straight up to here in the first place? This all feels really strange. I can hear a teacher's voice coming from within, seemingly teaching a class at the moment. Suddenly, I feel scared. The air feels heavy, like it's threatening to crush me. My heartbeat is incredibly loud. My hand reaches for the door, like it's being pulled by an unseen force. More deja vu. I know how this door feels to the touch. I remember it. I'm not imagining it. I suddenly hear a voice from within. A voice I remember very well. It's a voice I remember well, but also one that makes me feel like I want to cry. No, don't open it. Don't open the door, Runaway. Why can't I open it? Why? By the time I finish that thought, the door slowly starts opening. I'm petrified by the scene I witness. Countless eyes are focused on me. Everyone simultaneously looked at me the moment I entered their classroom unannounced. I'm afraid I know where this is going. Because before we played this game, I happened to see a CG. And I think I know where the CG is finally coming into play. I was wondering about why we hadn't seen it yet. Amid the dead silence, my eyes lock with all of theirs. The old woman closest to me smiles. Her wrinkly lips shine with lip gloss that doesn't match her age at all.
Okaeri.
Welcome back. All the hairs on my body stand on end, and I shoot out of there like a bullet. I dash down the hallway. I just keep on running. What was that? What was that? Yesterday, I saw firsthand what Chaos Child Syndrome is. But still, this doesn't make any sense. Why? Why don't any of them realize it? With all those patients there, how do none of them realize it? How do none of them realize that this isn't a school? This place isn't normal. It definitely isn't normal. We all wear normal uniforms and take normal classes. What's the point of making all these patients live like normal people? No, there's no way I ever attended Hekiho Academy. I'm just imagining it. My chest starts to burn, and I finally stop running. I still can't stop myself from walking as fast as I can. And then I notice it's happening yet again. Again. It's happening again. Stop it. Why did I come up the stairs? If I want to get out of here, I need to go down. I can see the building next to me from the window. I must have gone up about 2 flights of stairs. I look behind me. Nobody's chasing after me. No one's making a fuss. I'm safe. Suddenly, another vision flashes through my head. I feel incredibly dizzy. I stagger over to the wall to keep myself from falling over. It's just like yesterday. The thing where I see visions of something I'm sure I've never seen before, and I start to pass out. Why am I? Huh? What suddenly catches my eye is a certain club room. Of course, I don't know which club it is. I've never been here before. But what I do know is that this room is special to me. I move away from the wall and slowly walk toward the door. Huh? I hear a sound come from inside the room. Is someone in there? Hey, stop it! Do something about her vice president. Again? Come on. I told you to stop doing that already. Look, now you're all scratched up. Give me the first aid kit, okay? Huh? Wait, I'm checking the source for this news site. Now. Okay. For some reason, the voices I hear makes my chest ache and burn. A tear suddenly starts filling my eyes, my vision blurs. I haven't heard any of these voices before, but I remember them. Before I know it, my hand is already on the door, and I slowly open it. And there's no one here. I know I heard those voices coming from in here until I opened it. I slowly go inside and close the door. I run my finger along the desk and look at the things in the rest of the room. There's no one here. Of course there isn't. No one was here to begin with. This room is a mess. And there are piles of papers, books, and DVDs everywhere. Several cardboard boxes stacked on top of each other. Newspaper club? There's several scrapbooks on the shelf, and all of them say Ekiho Academy Newspaper Club Article Archive on the front. Oh, this is it. I'm sure of it. This is what I saw in my vision a moment ago. A map. I touch the map on the bulletin board. In the center of it is Shibuya Station. It must be a map of Shibuya. And there are photographs and newspaper articles pinned to it, along with memos that were made by the club members. Probably. But honestly, all the stuff on the board makes me feel sick. There's lots of pictures of corpses and things. Wait, isn't this that case from Shibuya? I don't remember any of it, but it looks like the return of the new generation madness that I heard took place in Shibuya before the Restoration Festival. The map is a summary of the case. Why do I know that? I carefully searched the map for any clues to my past. Huh? I can't believe my eyes. I see a photograph pinned up away from the others. It's me. I'm smiling. And I'm wearing the school's uniform. The exact same uniform those old people, the patients, were wearing. And the person smiling next to me is... Who are you? I hear myself whisper that. I know I didn't ask that question to someone I've never met before. I know this person from somewhere. Who is this old woman with a kind smile? Tell me, who are you? I suddenly realized that I'm yelling now. Whether I'm yelling at myself or at her, I don't know. By the time the sunset arrives, I finally make my decision. Let's do this. I know the place from the business card I was given before. There's no point in just thinking about it. I want answers. Besides, not knowing is just making me feel sick. I pull up a map of Shibuya on my phone and start walking. So you came, huh? Your next deposit for living expenses isn't for 3 days, you know? Momose-san, my guardian, doesn't scold me for breaking my promise. Instead, she sighs, sounding slightly exasperated. I was scared that she'd get mad, so I'm a little relieved. No, I know that. That's not why I'm here. Well, come inside. Is coffee okay? Yes. It's been a while since I last saw her. But part of me doesn't really know how to deal with this woman. She's normally really laid back, but she can quickly get scary out of nowhere. And there's a powerful aura to her that you can't fight back against, probably. If she tells you to do something, you do it. Excuse me, I say as I timidly enter her office. Inside, it's a normal office. I crane my neck to look around. Her business card says Credit Bureau. It's easy to assume that makes her kind of similar to the detective, as far as I know, anyway. From what I've seen on TV, I figure that detective offices are supposed to be messy. So I was surprised to see just how normal her office looks.
Hi.
Here. Thanks. I take a sip from the coffee she offers me. Come to think of it, I haven't had anything to eat since I ran from Hekiho Academy this afternoon. I didn't feel like eating at all after going there. So, I told you to stay away from Shibuya, didn't I? You did. I try to focus. I need to get answers today. I'm sorry, but there was something I needed to know. I tell her as much as I can about everything that's happened since yesterday. Momose-san listens quietly, occasionally sipping from her coffee. She doesn't bat an eye, even when I tell her about how I collapsed and how I snuck into Hekiho. I get a little mad as I start to talk. Momose-san clearly knows something about my past. And whatever it is, it definitely has something to do with the Chaos Child Syndrome in Hekiho Academy. Otherwise, she never would have told me not to come to Shibuya. I take something out of my pocket, like a detective confronting a suspect with crucial evidence. Momose-san's expression changes. She's now making a face that I didn't expect. Did she just chuckle? Why? This is me, right? It has to be. I point to myself in the picture. I feel bad about it, but I borrowed the photograph from that room. Who's that next to me? And why am I wearing that facility's uniform? I thought you told me that I'd never been to Shibuya before the day of the Restoration Festival. And the guard at Hekiho Academy recognized me. And I even felt that sense of deja vu when I walked through the halls. It was supposedly my first time there, but it felt like my body was moving on its own. And then, there was what the student said to me in the second year classroom. Welcome back. Have I been to that facility before? What do you think? Huh? How did it feel when you went there? Did it feel like you've been to Hekiho Academy before? And the way she answered my question with a question put me at a loss for words.
わかりま
I
せん。
don't know, but
でも、
something just
なんていうか、
doesn't feel right.
すっきりしなくて。初めて
And
行っ
there's
た
no
は
way
ず
I
なん
could
です。
have been there before.
碧宝
I've
学
never
園
heard
って
the
いう
name
名前
Hekiho
も
Academy
昨日
before
初めて
yesterday,
聞きました
and I
し
didn't even know that it was a
ハ
facility
ウ
for
スチャイ
Chaos
ルド症
Child
候群
Syndrome
の人の
patients.
収容施設だっていうのも初耳でした。でも、あ
But
そこ
when
に
I
いる
was
と
there,
何
it
か
felt
を
like
忘
I'd
れている
forgotten
みたいに
something.
ずっともやもやして。
In the photograph, I'm wearing my uniform and smiling. The old woman next to me must have been a friend. I was friends with someone with Chaos Child Syndrome. As I was wearing the uniform, and I was wearing the uniform, does that mean I'm also?
もしかして
Did
私、
did I have Chaos Child Syndrome? Is that why I lost my
そ
memories?
の影響で記憶をなくしてしまったとか。
それは違
You're
うわ
wrong.
ね。
Momose-san denies it outright.
今のところ
Not a single person has
症
recovered
候
from
群が
Chaos
回
Child
復した
Syndrome
人は
yet.
一人もい
At
ないの
least,
よ。
not as far as the public
表向
knows.
きはね。
表向
As
き
far as the public knows? Momose-san gets out a pen and starts to write something down on a notepad.
渡す前に
Before I
念
give
の
this
た
to
め
you,
確認
I
さ
want
せ
you
てちょ
to
う
make
だい。
sure of
あな
something.
たは
You're sure you want
どうしても知りたいの
answers,
ね。
right? It's just testing me. But it should be obvious. Of course I want answers. My past, the memories I lost, of course I want to know.
はい。
Yes,
自
I
分の
want
こ
to
とで
know
す
more
から
about my past.
そうね。
And of course you do.
自
Who
分の
wouldn't?
ことですもんね。
She hands me a piece of paper with a name and address on it.
悪いんだけど。
Sorry, but I can't tell you
私の
anything
口からは
myself.
何も言えないの
In
よ。
fact,
というか、
I'm not even supposed to be
何も
telling
言
you
えな
that
い
I
って
can't
口
tell you
にするのも
anything.
実はギリギリアウト。でもま
But, well, you'll just
あ、
have
こ
to
れくらい
forgive
は
me
許
for
してもらわ
this.
ないとね。とにかく
Just
そこ
go
へ行
there
って
and
聞い
ask
てごら
her
んな
your
さい。
questions.
ま
That's
ず
how
は
you can
それか
start.
ら。
I don't think so. But you might be onto something. Because I don't think he had Chaos Child Syndrome. Chaos Child Syndrome didn't exist before the 2009 earthquake. I'm pretty sure he looked like that because of his delusional power. Yeah, his delusional power accelerated his aging. Yeah. Which is why he made his delusion of Takumi that we know and love. But I do think you're onto something with that, actually. I honestly kind of forgot about him a little bit. Shriveled up Takumi.
はあ。
It feels like she didn't tell me anything, as per usual. Yeah, he's a natural gigalomaniac, not one formed from the earthquake. Which is why Chaos Child Syndrome didn't exist before the earthquake. Still, I have no choice but to go there. And gulp down the rest of my coffee, which has gone completely cold, and stand up. Oh, right. How are you doing, by the way? Living by yourself, I mean. Momose-san chases after me as I start to leave the building.
はい。
I'm
まあ、
doing
それ
alright,
なりに。
I guess.
お金。
Don't use too
使い
much
すぎ
money,
ちゃダメ
okay?
よ。
The crepes that I ate yesterday flashed through my mind. I'm keeping my allowance and the money I need for living expenses separate.
ほら、
Oh my,
しっかりして
making
るじゃない
grown-up decisions already.
友
Have
達
you
はで
made
きた
any friends? I think about you now, Yuka.
はい。
Yeah,
そう。
I see. You must be having a lot of fun then,
楽しくやれ
right?
てるのね。
はい。
Yes, I am.
楽しいですよ。
よかった。
I'm really glad to hear that.
うん
If she really is glad, then why do her eyes seem a little sad? Because you're about to reach a point of no return, my dear Sarika.
それじゃあ
Alright, take care of yourself
体に気をつけてね
then.
縁があったら
Maybe we'll meet again
また
someday.
今度
Squints at her. I bow in response to her curious way of saying goodbye. What is that supposed to mean? I don't think she was saying it to you, Serika, I'll be honest. I think she was saying it to us. Squints at her. Well, everything she says is usually pretty ominous, so there's no real point of thinking about it. For you, probably not. Pat the Serika.
はい。
Yeah, see you later. And then with that, I leave Frisia. And the next day, by early afternoon, I arrive there.
ここ、
It's here,
確か。
right? The address on the piece of paper was for a hospital in Yoyogi. IH Tokyo General Hospital. When I first saw the paper, I had the feeling that I'd heard the name before, but it's only now that I'm actually seeing the building that I remember why. About 3 months ago, the police ran a search here. Everyone was talking about it, to the point where I knew about it even though I don't watch the news. They've been committing all kinds of medical malpractice, which they hadn't reported at all, and they've been making illegal donations to politicians for years to cover it up, or something like that. They also had ties to some weird cult, and instead of treatments, they sometimes make patients undergo weird rituals. This place is scary. I hope it's safe. I'm pretty sure I heard that all the managers and doctors involved were arrested, and any ties with the cult were severed. Nowadays, it's supposedly been repurposed into a completely different hospital. But still. Well, it'll be fine. Just go. I speak loudly to cheer myself up and head inside. Most of the hospitals must be closed for the weekend, as the lobby is nearly empty. But visiting hours haven't ended yet, so no one stops me as I walk through the halls. I come to think of it, the paper she gave me only has a name, so I don't know if that name belongs to a doctor, a patient, or maybe even a nurse. Excuse me. I speak to a nurse at the nurse's station.
Hi.
Yes, what can I do for you? Does this person work here?
ここで働いてたりしますか?
I show her the name on the piece of paper. And the nurse nods.
失礼ですけど。
I'm sorry. Oh, my name is Onoe. Are you a friend of Kunosato-san's? Well, I know. Momose-san. Tell her Momose-san sent me, and she'll understand. The nurse nods again, then reaches for the phone on the desk. She speaks on the phone with someone for a moment. I apologize for the wait. She says she'll see you. Go to the psychiatric ward on the 5th floor. The 5th floor again, huh? The psychiatric ward? Yes, it's normally off limits, so be aware of that. You'll see a door once you're out of the elevator. Press the intercom button on the side, and the nurse there will show you in. Alright, thank you. I head for the elevator, just like the nurse told me to. Oh, excuse me. Yes? The nurse glances around to see if anyone's listening, then leans toward me. She whispers in a volume that doesn't really fit what you normally see from a nurse. Is this your first time meeting Kunosato-san? Yes. Be careful. She can be a little difficult. I narrow my eyes a little. For some reason, the nurse wishes me good luck. You're gonna need it, sweetie. I head up to the 5th floor and press the button to call the nurse. He then lets me into the psychiatric ward. And after that, I'm told to go to the first door down the hall. Wait, am I going to a hospital room? I thought this woman was working for the hospital, but maybe she's actually a patient? And there's a place for the patient's name in front of the room. But it doesn't say Kunosato. It's completely blank. A little scared, I knock on the door.
開いてる。
It's open. A stern voice answers. Huh? I feel like I know that voice.
何してる？
What are you doing? If you're going to come inside, then come inside. Right. Excuse
失
me.
礼します。
I remember what the nurse told me not long ago. She really does seem difficult. Or rather, kinda scary. I fetch it a little as I open the door. Oh. The reason why I thought I'd heard that voice before is because I've actually met her several times. She sometimes came to visit me with Momose-san when I was in the hospital after my accident. I didn't ask for her name at that time. I guess that's Kunosata-san then. Kunosata-san is sitting with her laptop, typing at an incredible speed. She's not even looking at me.
どうして来た？
Why did you come here?
はい。
I'm sorry.
渋谷に
You
は
were
近
told not
づ
to
く
come
な
to
と言われていた
Shibuya.
はずだ。
This isn't Shibuya, it's Yoyogi.
代々木です。なら、
Then how did you know I was here?
私がここに
You
い
went
る
to
となぜわかっ
Momose-san's
た？
place and found out from her, right?
百瀬さんのところへ行って居場所を聞いたんじゃないのか？
She figured me out.
百瀬さんの
Momose-san's
フリージ
company
ン
is
は
located
渋
in
谷だ。
Shibuya, which means you went there,
という
despite your
ことは、
directions.
やっぱりお前は渋谷に行った。ほらね、
Listen up. I'm not a big fan
私
of
は
idiots who can't
忠
listen to
告に
warnings.
従えないような
Remember
バカ
that.
は嫌いだ。覚えておけ。
Kunosata-san's such a bitch, but she's our bitch. I know exactly why the nurse wished me good luck. I speak loudly to try and overtake the sound of fingers hitting keys. I came here because there's something I want to know. It's about my memories.
私の記憶のことです。
Grr. She's deliberately hitting the keys hard to drown me out. Well, I'm not giving up.
これ
Here. Since she's refusing to look away from the screen, I put the photograph I brought right in front of her face. I found this in the newspaper club room at Hekiho Academy. If you know something about it, please tell me.
何か知ってることがあれば教えてください。お前、
You went there?
あそこに行ったのか。
Yeah. It's only after she turns to look at me that I realize what she's wearing underneath her white lab coat. A Hekiho Academy uniform. The same one that's in the picture.
おい、
Hey. Kunosata-san suddenly stands up and gets so close to my face that we almost touch.
お前、
Do you know what
あ
that
そこが
place
どういう
is?
ところか分かっているのか。
Yeah,
何を見た？
what did you see?
何を
What did
し
you
たんだ？
do? I didn't do anything. I quickly step away from her. She's scary. I can almost hear the sound of my own heart racing.
あなたも
Are you also a
あそこの
student?
生徒
I mean,
じゃな
a
い。
patient
収
there?
容者の一人なんですか？
What? Because you're wearing that, I say as I point at her uniform.
教えてくだ
Tell me,
さい。
did I
もしか
go
して
there before?
私、あそこにいたんですか？どんなことで
Tell
もい
me
いんで
anything
す。
you know, no matter how small.
記憶の
Anything that
手がか
gives
り
me
にな
a
る
clue
こ
to
と
my
が
memories.
どうして
I
も
want to know,
知り
no
た
matter
いん
what.
です。
Kunosata-san just continues staring at me, looking very annoyed. It's almost like she's trying to feel out what's inside my heart. What did Momose-san say
百
to
瀬
you?
さんは何と言っていた？
Huh?
どうせ
I'm
百
sure
瀬
you
さん
asked her the same question.
同じこ
What
と
did
を
she
聞
say
いた
to
んだ
you?
ろう。自分の
That she
口から
couldn't
は
tell me
何
anything
も言えないって。
herself.
あ、
Oh,
あとそれか
and
ら
she also said
何も言えない
that
っ
she
て
probably
いう
couldn't
こと
even
自
tell
体
me
が
that she couldn't
ギ
tell
リ
me
ギリアウトか
anything.
もって。なるほど
I
な。
see. This just
あの
like
人らし
her.
い
The sly
見
old
事な
bat.
タヌキっぷりだ。あ、
Yeah,
それ
you
は
said
そう
it.
思います。
I find myself agreeing. Sly. That's the perfect word for her.
知りたいか。
You really want to know, huh?
過去だよ、
And by your past.
お前の。
Yes.
はい。
I nod with determination. And in response, Kunosato-san shrugs a little.
言っておく
And
が
just so we're clear, I don't know anything about you.
お前のことに関しては何も知らないぞ。
Huh?
お前と
And
会
the
っ
first
た
day I
のは
met you was the day you came
お
to the
前が事故で
hospital.
入院した
Everything
病院が
before
初め
that,
て
I
だ。
heard from Momose-san.
それ以前のことは百瀬さんから聞いてるんだろう。はい。
Got it.
その写
I
真
don't know
のことも
anything
わからん。
about that photograph either.
お
Or why
前
you're
が
wearing
制
that
服を着ている理
uniform.
由もな。
But
でも
you're a patient
黒
there
里さんは
too,
あそこの
right?
収容者なんでしょ？
I look again at the uniform she's wearing. It's definitely the same one as the one I was wearing in that picture.
違う。
No. Patients at that facility are required to wear these
基本的に
uniforms.
制服
If
着
I
用が
want
義
to
務
move
付けら
around
れてい
without
る。
arousing suspicion among the patients,
症
I
候群
need
者たちに
this.
怪しまれずに動き回るにはこの服が必要なんだよ。じゃあ
In
黒
that
里さん
case,
は
what are you then?
研究
I'm a
者だよ。
scientist. I study the
カオ
chaos
スチャイ
child
ルド症候
syndrome.
群のな。
A scientist?
ああ、
Yeah. She then taps the laptop monitor with her fingers. It's filled with rows of tiny numbers and several images of what look like human brains.
もしかして
Did I
私
maybe
も
have some special reason for being there like you
何か
did?
特別
If
な
I'm
理
wearing
由と
that
かあっ
uniform
た
in
ん
the
でしょう
photo?
か？その制服を着て写真に写ってるってことは。いや、
No. If nothing else, I don't remember
私
seeing
の
you
知る
there,
限り、
and I can't
お
imagine
前を
what
壁法
the
で見た
special
記
room
憶は
would
ない。
be. You don't seem to be a scientist like I
特別
am.
な理由とやらも思いつかんな。お前、
Her answer doesn't satisfy me. The guard I met acted like he knew who I was. And the woman in the picture seemed to be acting like we were friends.
この人
And
は
this person is
症候群
patient,
の人なん
aren't
で
they?
すよね。
I point out the photo.
この人のこと
Tell me about her.
教え
If
て
you're
くだ
doing
さい。
research on them, you should know
研
her,
究をしてい
right?
るのなら知ってるはずですよね。部外者
You
に
can't just share a patient's
そん
private
な簡単
information
に
with
個
the
人情報を
outsiders,
教え
you
る
know?
わけにはいかない。
HIPAA.
部外者じゃないか
I
もし
might
れ
not
ない
be
じ
an
ゃないです
outsider,
か。
though.
お前、
You. Why do you
な
want
ぜそこま
answers
で
so
知りたがるん
badly?
だ。そんなの当
Isn't
た
it
り前で
obvious?
す。
Who wouldn't want to
自分
know
の
more
こと
about
です
their
よ。
past?
気にしない人なんているはずないです。それに
And besides,
私
I think I
たく
heard
さん
lots
の
of different
声を聞いた
voices
気がするんで
in
す。
front of the room where I
この
found
写
this
真が貼っ
photo.
てあった部屋の前で。うまく
I
言え
don't
ない
know
んで
how
す
to
けど、
describe it,
とても
but it all
懐
felt
かし
so
い感じがしま
familiar.
した。もしも
If
あの
one
声
of
の
the
中
voices I
に
heard
この
belonged
人
to
がいる
her,
なら、
she must have been a dear
きっと
friend of mine.
私にとって大事な友達だったはずです。大事な友
Is it
達
so
のこと
wrong
を
to
知り
want
たい
to
って
remember
思う
a
のは
dear old friend?
いけないことですか？
Like, just staring at me with a really scary look on her face. Did I go too far? Well, I can't help it. I really mean what I said.
お前、
You're a real
面
pain in
倒
the
くさいやつ
ass.
だな。
What?
百瀬さん
I
が
can
こっち
see
に
why
回してきた
Mose-san
のも
palmed you
わか
off on me. She stands up and starts to leave the room, as if she's finished talking. Well,
る。
wait!
ください。
I quickly try to stop her.
話
We're
はま
not
だ。
done.
少しここで
Wait
待ってい
here for
る。
a little bit. I'll find out if
教えても
it's
いいの
okay
か
to
どう
tell
か
you.
確認を取る。
Huh?
PC には
Don't
触れ
touch
る
my
な。
computer.
なんだ。
Huh? I start thinking to myself as I'm left alone in the room.
案外
Maybe
友
she
達い
actually
るかも
does
し
have
れないな
friends.
あの人
It's Erika, please. She keeps me waiting for about an hour. And just when I start to think that she's making me wait on purpose, she comes back into the room. She then tells me to follow her, and to promise that I won't tell anyone what I'm about to see.
事前に
And the fact that you already snuck into
敵方に
Hekiko
忍
worked
び
in
込
your
んだという
favor.
事実が
He
聞
said
いた
that if you're going to be doing stuff like that on your own,
勝
it's
手
better
にそん
just
な
to
こと
tell
をされ
you.
るくらいならちゃんと教えておこうと言っていたよ研究の
And the
責任
person
者の方です
responsible for
か
the research said that?
まあ
Well, he's certainly
責任者には
responsible
違いない
for
か
a
な
lot of things.
うん
Squints. Kinosato-san goes deeper into the building, then suddenly stops.
ここだ
This is the place. She turns around to face me. Lost the Sariko voice there, sorry, hang on. She turns around to face me as she puts her hand on the door.
ああ待て
Wait, I want you to promise me something before you go inside. Obviously, you can't tell anyone about what you'll see and hear.
はい
Right.
この中の
But
連中
also,
を見て納
once you
得
see the
したら
people inside, and you accept things as they
今度こそ
are,
渋谷には
promise that
近
this
づ
is
くな
time you'll stay away from Shibuya for good.
え
Huh?
それが
And that's the condition for telling you
お
what
前
you
の
want
知
to
りたがっ
know.
ていることを教える条件だ
Wait a minute.
待ってください。
What do you
それ
mean?
ってどういう会えば
You'll understand when you see them. Kunosato-san opens the door without waiting for my response. What I see inside the hospital room leaves me speechless. Only the dim light from the fluorescent lamps above illuminates the room. It looks like it's mostly the window putting light in the CG, but I can smell the peculiar scent of disinfectant. And there are 4 beds, each with a patient on them. And all of them are old women. And their bodies are hooked up to machines, like the ones you see on TV shows. They keep going beep, beep, in sync with the rhythm of their hearts.
こっちへ来い
This way.
あ
Oh. Kunosato-san calls me from next to the bed furthest in the back. I come up to her, and suddenly I gasp. And the girl who's sleeping right here, there, is her. The one who I was smiling with in the photograph.
クルスノノ
Kurisu Nono,
18
age 18. A chaos child
Chaos
syndrome
child
patient.
症候群
She's been in a
患者
coma for 3 months.
昏睡状態になって約3ヶ月だ
I know those are switches, but the freaking thingamajig says tit twice. Anyways. She's my age, but she's been in a coma for 3 months.
さらに彼女
Unlike
は
the other 3, she had a terrible laceration on her abdomen when she was
ここ
brought
へ
here.
運び込まれた時に
Wonder
胸部
who
にひど
did
い裂
that.
傷を負っていた
What?
怪
She
我を
was
してたんで
hurt?
すかまあ
Yeah. She was in critical
一時
condition
は
for a
危篤に
while,
陥った
but we managed to save her.
なんとか一命を取り留めたよ
For some reason, Kunosato-san frowns as she looks at me. Anyway, now you
まあ
understand,
とにか
right?
く
You won't be able to learn
これで分かった
anything
ろ
from her while she's in this state.
お前と
Let
彼
alone
女
what
が
her
どういう
relationship to
関
you
係だったの
was.
かそれを聞こうにもこの状態ではな
She points to the women on the bed as if to say, "Satisfied?"
昏睡
This
って
coma.
症
Was it
候群
caused
の
by
せい
this
なんですか
syndrome?
そうだ
That's right.
他の
And
人
the
たちも
others. I look at the other beds. Each of them had a name written above their pillow. Arimira Hinae, Kazuki Hana, and Yamazoi Uki. Yeah, it was all she said when I looked at them.
回復
They're going to get
するんですよね。
better, right?
さあ
I
ね
don't know. The girl in the bed, Kurisu-san, is as still as a doll. Without the sound of the heart monitor, I thought I would know that she's still alive. It really does feel like I know her. Maybe. What was our relationship like before the accident? Were we friends at Hekiho Academy? Why am I? It feels like I'm almost remembering something important here, but it escapes me yet again. Kurisu Nono, Kazuki Hana, Aremiya Hinae, Yamazawa Uki. They're all names that I'm supposed to be hearing for the first time. But it doesn't feel that way. It's so frustrating not being able to remember. If they've all been in a coma for 3 months, that means it started around the same time as the Restoration Festival, right? No, so that's the same time I lost my memories. Could that really be just a coincidence? Why'd they all end up in comas? And that's private medical information. Why do you want to know? Maybe I can do something to help. I want to ask her about my past directly. This isn't an illness that an amateur like you can treat. You don't know that. But no matter how much I argue back, Kunosato-san refuses to listen to me. She just keeps insisting that I leave and never go back to Shibuya. Fine then. I'll just go back to Hekiho tomorrow. Excuse me? Kunosato-san raises her eyebrows at my words. If I can't talk to Kurisu-san, my only lead left is Hekiho Academy. The guard there acted like he knew me. Like hell you will. Kunosato-san angrily gets closer to me, and I step back. Just try it. I'll have Momose cut off your living expenses. What? That would be bad. No, I'm not giving up. Then I'll just get a part-time job. It'll be fine. Oh, you got guts. But in this country, it's hard to get a real job without a guardian. And your guardian is also Momose-san. Okay, she got me with that one. If she won't let me get a job, then I can't survive. That's awful. Why are you so... Just listen to the warning you were given. At least give me an actual reason. Why does she want to keep it a secret so badly? I don't think that I'm asking for something irrational. It's got nothing to do with your memories. Hekiho Academy is in a delicate position right now. Kunosato-san runs an aggravated hand through her hair and shows me what's on the laptop she has I can read. And the screen shows a picture of a man. Huh? I've seen him before, too. Let's see. Wakui Chibichi. Role. Principal Investigator. Access Rights. Administrator Class Personnel. Master Access Rights. Class A Rights Holder. Specialty. Frontotemporal Lobar Degeneration FTLD Syndrome. Bipolar Disorder. Developmental Disorder Education. Achievements. Health Management Research for Chaos Child Syndrome. Differentiation of Chaos Child Syndrome for mental disorders. And more that we can't read behind the text box. But where I've seen him, I don't remember. Wakui Chibichi. The patients believed he was just a normal teacher, but the truth was different. He was one of the people in charge of the facility, and a scientist researching Chaos Child Syndrome. Immediately after the festival, he took all that data we had on the syndrome and vanished. Theft of patient information is a serious problem. The whole school was in an uproar. I like that you're noticing, like, the Microsoft Excel when Bo's live, but but like victim list blatantly is really funny to me too. But he was particularly nasty. He used his position as administrator to make the school his own private property. I can't tell you the details, but because of him, Hegiho Academy is in a highly volatile state right now. That's why I'm telling you to stay away from it, no matter what. Then tell her the information she's seeking, duh. Hey, are you listening to me? Huh? Oh, yeah. I can't take my eyes off the man on the picture. What is this? I know him from somewhere. Error not found for something. Oh. My eyes met with Kunosato-san just as the scene flashes through my mind. Her look of annoyance is gone, and now she looks dead serious. Do you remember this man? Huh? Do you remember where you saw him? I try to remember the image I just saw. It was probably... Well, I can't say for sure, but I think I might. But even if I do, why would I know that place? As I wonder that, I suddenly hear Kunosato-san whisper something. She remembers the location of the device. Was the memory alteration imperfect? Huh? What did you say? No, it's nothing you need to worry about. Just tell me where you saw him. This is very important. Sure, okay. But in exchange, I have a request. Was there a request for wafers? Because I'm suddenly craving them. I don't know why. And so, I tell her the idea I just came up with. Wafers. After I leave the patient room where the 4 girls are sleeping, I'm taking even deeper into the hospital. We have to wait for a while, as Kunosato-san needed to get permission from above and negotiate. I ended up waiting for several more hours. It's probably night outside by now. The further into the hospital I go, the colder the air becomes. It feels like something terrifying is waiting for me. Where are we going? I'm fulfilling my end of the bargain regarding the condition. There's another patient you need to meet. Huh? Is what I said that difficult to do? I didn't think it was. Shinjo-san. That's a good Shinjo-san sound. Kunosato-san takes me down the hallway to an area marked staff only, no entry. A man in a suit turns around to be waiting for us there. His eyes go wide with surprise when he sees me. What are you thinking? You can't do this. I'll explain inside. Kunosato-san says as he brushes past him. Onoe. Yes? This is Detective Shinjo from the Shibuya Police. He's helping us with our research into Chaos Child Syndrome. A detective? Helping to study a disease? Is this kind of thing common? No. I bow my head, still confused. Shinjo-san, how long until the guard changes How long until the guards change shifts? We have some time, but he's going to be mad. I'm sure. Anyway, just come with us. This is important for you to hear too. Kunosato-san goes further down the hallway. I follow. It feels like something scary is getting closer. Who exactly is in that room? You'll know when you go inside. You at least watch the news, right? The news? Is this person someone famous? Yeah. I'm sure Kunosato-san told you this, but you need to keep everything you're about to see and hear an absolute secret. I'm referring to the man you're about to meet, but you also can't tell anyone that you met him, or even that this place exists. Got it? Yes, sir. What kind of famous person could he be if they need all this secrecy? The two of them stop in front of a certain door. And there's a no visitors sign on the door, and the small window was barred. Only a faint light is coming from inside. The detective then takes out something. It's a key. The door must be locked from the outside. Tension is clearly building between the two of them. It starts to even make me feel nervous too. Yes? How much do you know about the return of the new generation madness? The return of the new generation madness? I know about what you'd expect. I heard that they said about what they said about it on TV, I guess. It was a spree of serial killings in Shibuya, right? What do you know about the killer? He was a boy a year older than me. What was his name? Mia... something? Miyazawa? It's Miyashiro. Miyashiro Takeru-kun. Oh, yeah, that's what it was. Back when I borrowed Ayaka's phone to look up Chaos Child Syndrome, I saw his name a few times on news sites and blogs. At first, I wondered why he was showing up in my search results, but when I read them, I found that it was because he had Chaos Child Syndrome too. By the time Ayaka and Aoi told me not to look, it was too late. I'd already seen photos of the crime scenes. They were awful. Just remembering them makes me feel nothing but sheer anger and hatred toward him. I can't believe that someone only a year older than me could do something like that. Maybe he just wanted attention. Maybe that's why he did something so cruel. They even said that one of the victims was his own little sister. I still can't believe that. Do you know what happened to Miyashiro after the incidents concluded? Huh? I don't know. But he was arrested, right? Isn't he going to be put on trial or something? For some reason, Kunosato-san glances at the door. So does Shinjo-san. Suddenly, I feel a chill, almost like cold ice is being pressed against the back of my neck. No way, it can't be. Is he the one that's inside the room? No one has ever recovered from Chaos Child Syndrome, at least as far as the public knows. Miyashiro suffered from Chaos Child Syndrome when he committed the murders, but after he was arrested, we learned that he was recovering. As of now, he's currently the only one to recover from the disease, so he's been given special permission to be quarantined here to help us find a cure. Obviously, the public doesn't know anything about this, Kunosato-san added. Despite how cold it is in here, I start to sweat. The killer himself is working with Kunosato-san? And the police are in on it too? Why do I have to meet someone like that? No way, it's just the thought terrifies me. I don't want to meet him. Of course I don't want to. Who knows what he'll do to me? Don't worry. He won't do anything to you. I'm sure of it. Kunosato-san doesn't listen to a word I say. Chijo-san then uses the key, and the door slowly opens. I instantly notice him in this dark room. He is sitting on the bed, looking right at me. He isn't tied up or anything, not even handcuffed. I take a small step back. He is very thin and wasting away, like a dead tree branch. It's hard to believe that someone like this was able to commit those horrible murders. Did he only just recover from Chaos Child Syndrome? His face does look like an 18-year-old boy's, but his bony limbs and neck still look like they belong to an old man. So this is Miyashiro Takuru? The real killer behind the return of the new generation madness? Shinjo-san. Kunosato-san. This wasn't the deal. I find myself hiding behind Kunosato-san's back while he speaks. The kind of killer who could do something like that has to be a very scary man. My hand starts shaking as I hold on to Kunosato-san's white lab coat. What do you think you're doing? Bringing someone who has nothing to do with this here. I can tell from his voice that he's angry. I shrink back to try and hide from him. The situation's changed. This is Onoe Serika. She knows about Hekiho Academy. She also says that she remembers being alone with Rakui in a certain place. Miyashiro and Shinjo-san going, huh? Both Miyashiro and Shinjo-san gasp in surprise. He then stands up from the bed and walks over to me. I get scared and cling to Kunosato-san even tighter. No. That can't be. It's true. It was probably in the facility that disappeared from the basement of this building. And the thing that Shinjo-san can't find no matter how hard he looks is probably there too. Onoe Serika remembers where it is. Is that true? The detective grabs me and pulls me toward him. Naturally, this causes me to stop clinging to Kunosato-san. Where did you see him? Huh? It was... I almost answer him, but managed to barely stop myself in time. I can hear Kunosato-san groan. I was close. I can't tell them just yet. She wants to make a trade. What? What do you mean? She says she'll tell us where the facility is, but in exchange, she wants to help us find the cause of Chaos Child Syndrome. Miyashiro-san starts looking at me with narrowed eyes again. Onoe-san. Was it? Huh? Can I ask you something? I'm obviously still scared as he looks at me. But I work up my courage and look back at the killer. What? Why do you want to get involved in this? I don't think there's anything an amateur could do that would help. Well, just tell the detective where the facility is and go back to your happy normal life. I really don't think a person like you would understand how I feel. You're a maniac who attacked and killed your own family. But still, if I don't say anything, it'll just feel like I'm letting him win. Unless I decide to say what I'm thinking. My voice starts to fill with emotion, to the point that I practically start shouting in his face. I just want to save a girl who might be my friend. Is there something wrong with that? And then again, it's not like you would understand. Oh, buddy. Miyashiro doesn't say anything back. He just listens to me silently. And then, when I finish talking, he smiles a little. What? Why is he smiling at me like that? Miyashiro, I'm letting you make the final call here.
決定
Are you
権
okay
はお
with
前にや
that,
ろう。
Shinjo-san?
新庄さんもそれでいいか。
仕方
I
ないな。
guess I don't have a choice.
ありがとうございます。
I look at Kunosato-san and the detective in surprise. They're going to let a murder of whole people decide what to do with me? That doesn't make any sense.
ただ、
Just remember, the fact of the matter is that without Onaway's
前に
information,
進めないの
we're
も
not
事
going to
実。
make any more progress.
あの
If
施
we can
設さえ
find
も
that
使えば
facility, we can complete the
画像は
image.
完成できる。
わかってま
I
す。
know.
久野里
Kunosato-san,
さん、
Shinjo-san,
新庄さん、
can you leave me alone
少
with
し
it for a little while?
このことを二人にしてもらえませんか？
That suggestion shocks me even more. No, no way. Who knows what he'll do to
好きにしろ。
do what you want.
少しの間
Just for
だ
a
けだ
little
ぞ。
while, okay? But wait a second, I don't want this. I grab Kunosato-san's lab coat, but she just knocks my hand away. And then the detective, of all people, is the first to leave the room. And he tells me in an irresponsible, "Don't worry, you'll be fine." At least explain a little bit to Serika. She thinks you're abandoning her with a serial killer. And then he shuts the door. He even locks it too. I'm trapped in here. I'm too scared to turn around and face the bed. Who wouldn't be? I said some really awful stuff to him a moment ago after all. What will I do if he attacks me? And I glance over my shoulder. Miyashiro Takuri was still there.
座っていいかな？
Mind if I sit down?
長い
I
間
get
立ってる
tired
と
if I
疲れるん
stand
だ
up。for too long. Mood. Do whatever you want. Miyashiro takes a deep breath and sits back down on the bed. He rubs his knees like he's trying to feel for something. There's no strength in him, and he looks even smaller after sitting down. Yeah, sitting down does that to a person. He doesn't look like he's going to attack me. A little relieved, I finally turned to face him.
別におかし
I'm
なこ
not
とは
going to
し
do
ないよ。
anything to you.
さっき
I'm
の
just
続
wanting
き
to
を聞
hear
き
the
たかっ
rest
た
of
だ
what you
け。
had to say.
友達かも
You
しれ
said
ない
you
女
want to
の
save a
子
girl
を
who
助け
might
たい
be
っ
your
て
friend.
言ったよね。
No,
そう
oh,
や。
that's right.
だから
So
何？
what?
それが
What's that? Miyashiro suddenly stops rubbing his knees. And then he looks directly at me.
それが今
Is that really
君
what
の
you
やり
wish
た
to
い
do
ことな
right
の。
now? For some reason, when he asked me that question, I find that I can't even speak for a second. I feel something boiling up deep within my heart. But then I answer him clearly.
そうですよ。
That's right. That's what I want to do.
私の
Is
や
that
りた
all?
いことですけど、話はそれだけ。
ああ、
Yeah. That's all. For some reason, Miyashiro smiles again. I still don't understand what that smile means. I see. And then he bursts out laughing. I don't know how to respond. He curls his tiny body up into an even tinier ball as he doubles over laughing. He shakes as he tries to stop laughing, but fails, and a hoarse voice leaks out of his throat. I don't find it funny at all. What's so funny? No, sorry. It's
なんでもないん
nothing.
だ。
Oh, dramatic irony. Really funny shit.
それで君
I
は
think so.
友
Once
達
you
かもし
save
れな
this
い
girl
女
who
の
might
子を
be your
助けてどう
friend,
するつも
and
り？
what are you going to do?
私のこ
I'm
とを
going to
聞
ask
く
her
のよ。
about myself.
私
What I
は
was like
どんな人
while I
間
was
だ
at
ったの
Hekiho
かって。
Academy.
なんで壁宝学園にいたのかって。
そっ
I
か、
see. Alright,
わかった。
that's a relief.
安心し
In
た。
that case, please help
僕らに
us.
協力してほしい。
Huh? Relieved? What's that supposed to mean? This really doesn't make any sense at all. Are you sure you're really okay with this? Yeah.
君のやりたいことは絶対に邪魔しない。
Squints.
まあ、
Well,
あると
as
ころ
long
に
as you
踏
stay
み
out of
込んで
certain
こなければ
places.
だけどね。
Certain places?
何それ
What do you mean?
こっちの話
Never
さ。
mind. Thanks for
協
your
力
help.
よろしくな。
Miyashiro offers me his hand as he smiles. Does he want me to shake it? Is this some kind of joke? I look away, and he stops smiling and scratches his head.
ああ、悪い。
Sorry, I wasn't thinking. He seems like a normal, awkward boy. It's hard to believe that he's a kill. Wait, what am I thinking?
私
My mind flashes back to those pictures of the murders. The blood everywhere, the expressions of pain, the cruelly tortured bodies. The anger I almost forgot nearly came back. Just so we're clear,
どんな理
no
由が
matter
あっても
what your reason was,
人を
killing
殺すな
someone
んて
is never right.
絶対に許されないから。あんたは
What you did is the worst thing a person can do. The person in front of me killed his own sister, and then said he'd kill himself in public. But in the end, he didn't. He killed all those people, yet he was too scared to die himself. He must truly value his own life. But the people he killed had their own lives that they valued too. They all had their own lives, friends and families. All the things that I'm trying so hard to get for myself. Maybe I'll never get them, no matter how hard I wish for it. And he just stole them all away from those innocent people.
私
I
あんた
I
みたい
hate
なやつ
people like you.
大嫌い。
I don't know what effect my words have on him. He just sits on the bed and silently looks up. And suddenly, he smiles at me again.
何よ
What? What's more, there are even tears in his eyes. His tears are so honest and true that I find myself overwhelmed. And they fall to the bed without a sound. How long did we stay like that? I have to remind myself that the person in front of me is a serial killer. If I don't, I feel like I might forget my anger completely. I can't believe myself. It's too late for crying and regrets now.
手遅れよ。
Miyashiro keeps crying, but he doesn't stop smiling. His face looks like a parent watching a child.
後悔なんて
And I don't have any regrets.
しないよ。
I don't regret what I did. I'm
自分のしたこ
satisfied.
とに悔いはない。満足してるんだ。
He doesn't regret it, even after all those horrible murders he committed. And I can tell that is serious too. It's like his crying tears of joy.
この
You scum! I don't want to talk to him for even a second longer. I head to the door and call for Kunosato-san and the detective. And they come inside and look toward Miyashiro, without bothering to see if I'm okay.
結果は
And what did you decide? Miyashiro wipes away the tears as he speaks.
協力してもらうこと
I
にしまし
decided to
た。
have her help us.
いいの
You're
か
sure?
はい。
Yes. The two of them are looking at him as if they're looking at something utterly heartbreaking. But he just keeps laughing and crying.
僕が考えて
Which is a
た
little
普通
different
の
than
女
what I
の子
thought
と
a
はちょっと
normal
違い
girl
ますけ
would
ど、
be. But
彼
if she
女
wants to
が
help Nono,
ノノを
then let's
助けたい
accept
と
her
思って行
offer.
動するのなら、協力してもらいましょう。
のの
If I remember correctly, Nono is the first name of Kurusu-san, the woman in the hospital room. Does that mean the two of them are friends?
宮代
Miyashiro. I just want to ask this once to be sure. Kunosato-san's voice is low. She's probably worried all over here. You aren't who you used to be. You can't use your power. You know that, right?
はい。
Yes.
何度も
I've tried
試
it
しま
many
した。
times. I can't even see
僕
my
には
D-sword anymore.
理想度も見えません。
Power? D-sword? What were they talking about? When things go south, you won't be able to rely on your power. You're willing to go through with this anyway?
はい。
Yes.
みん
For
なたち
none
の
of
ため
the
ですか
others' sakes.
ら。というか、
Really?
日野
This
里さんら
isn't
しく
like
ないです
you.
ね。
Aren't you
委
happy
員
just to
会
get
の
a
情報
permission
さ
from
え
the
手に入れ
committee?
ば、それで満足じゃないんですか。
Miyashiro chuckles, and Kunosato-san frowns and looks away. Shut up. I've never seen someone throw away their power and come back. I'm not sure how to respond to you. Alright, that's because you haven't seen Takumi, because he's just kind of doing his own thing outside of Shibuya. Are you absolutely sure? She asks. Miyashiro nods.
大丈夫です。
I'm fine. I don't need that power anymore.
もう必要ありません。
She's still looking away from him. Alright, she whispers. Detective Shinjo-san's mouth goes wide open in shock when he sees that. What? Is there something on my face? No. I've just never seen you so obviously troubled like that. It sure would be nice if you were like that more often. No, that's a great idea. I think you'd be up to it,
久野里さんならできるんじゃ
Kunosato-san.
ないですか。
And one of them are gonna get smacked, if not both. Would you two stop? I think it's a good idea too. The nurse said you were difficult. Excuse me? Huh? Oh. I didn't mean to say that out loud. Girl. Kunosato-san is glaring at me fiercely. After that, she explains to me the rest of the plan, even though she's still ticked off the whole time. Finding out about Kurisu-san and the others, well, all the Chaos Child Syndrome patients actually, involved far more danger than I imagined. But I want my memories of my past back, no matter what. And that's enough to keep me from getting scared and backing out. I listened to Kunosato-san talk until late in the evening, and just barely managed to catch the last train home. Why am I stupid? Why am I stupid in the head? Oh, interesting. This is blatantly called Serika chapter. I don't know how I didn't notice that last week. Like, I just kind of figured it's like, yeah, of course, this true ending is obviously Serika POV, is obviously Serika's route, quote-unquote. I'm dumb in many ways. Shocking, I know. Anyways. In the second I fall into bed, I feel an exhaustion coming on that I can't fight. And I fall asleep without even changing clothes. You know what, that's fair. Mood. Relatable. So much happened today. I'm sure that I'll never forget it. What about told me, though? Did she ever have any amazing experiences like this? Or was her life just completely ordinary and peaceful? No, you're the one that's been banished to ordinary, peaceful life. Not your old you. She doesn't even know. There's a white light in front of me. It's so bright and so hot, it feels like it might burn me. And this light is shining on me, bright as could be. It's the same light from before. It's probably the headlights of the car that hit me back then. This is part of my memories from that accident. And it's too bright for me to see the car. All I can see is the light shining on me. It feels like, back when it happened, I yelled something really important. And then I was crying as I did it. But I can't remember what it was. It's so frustrating to have fragments of memories, but not the whole thing. The headlights in my dream grow brighter and brighter, and eventually, everything turns completely white. And that's when I wake up. I put my hands on my cheek. It's wet. I must have been crying. I rub my red eyes as hard as I can and stand up. Maybe I can finally say goodbye to these dreams today. I look at the clock, only to realize it's only been 3 hours since I went to sleep. I stay awake until dawn, thinking and doing research. Maybe this is just who I am, and I never knew. Before I went to sleep, I put together everything I'd researched, and started thinking from there. As I thought about it all, I found what questions I still had, and researched those things specifically. For some strange reason, when I was working, I didn't feel sleepy at all. Maybe I should get a job at Momose-san's company someday. Or maybe if Omi was a fan of detective-like stuff? Nobody's ever told me anything like that, though. Today is Sunday. No, it's Saturday. A normal girl might be getting ready to go shopping with her friends. But I'm different. Just like Kanazato-san told me 2 days ago, now I... Alright, let's go. It's still a little early, but I quickly get ready and leave. I'm not like other girls. I mean, she's not, but... Chaos Child Syndrome is a treatable illness. It is not dangerous and it is not communicable. Harassment of patients is a violation of their human rights and is forbidden by law. Let us strive for an equal society, free from discrimination. I look up at the board. It's still displaying the message from yesterday. I stand a little ways from the station entrance and watch the people go by. And then quickly find the group I'm looking for. Are they going shopping? There's a group of Chaos Child Syndrome patients walking through the crowd. They're all young girls. They're crossing the street, all while laughing, talking, and wearing the same exact clothes that younger people wear. I have no idea what their real ages are. But from the way they talk, it's possible that they might be middle school girls. Which means they might be a part of Hekiho Academy's middle school. Oh. The people around them are ignoring them, probably because they've seen them a million times before. But a couple of foreigners are staring at them in shock. They're even pulling their phones out and taking pictures. But the girls show no signs of noticing, and simply continue their conversation. So, he was right. I remember what Miyashio told me the other day. We really don't notice. It's not like it doesn't even exist for us. It's like it doesn't even exist for us, I can read. He told me about the strange symptoms of Chaos Child Syndrome. From my perspective, all the students at Hekiho looked like normal middle school and high school kids. I didn't just see them. Sometimes I would touch them, and their skin didn't feel like an old person's at all. But you knew what people were saying about you, right? Right, a thought that I had that I didn't share is that since they look like old people, that's probably why they weren't stopped at the Love Hotel by the police officers. That's probably why they weren't scolded. It's like, hey, you're in school uniforms. Why are you here at a Love Hotel? That's probably why they weren't stopped. So, like... because that never got addressed again. But I thought about it, I think while I was video editing or something, it's like, wait a minute, that's why the police didn't stop them. We never got the answer to that, but now we do have the answer, even if it's not being addressed directly. Anyways. Not at all. We thought that Chaos Child Syndrome was a type of PTSD caused by the earthquake. I mean, it's not that. It's definitely not that either, but...
PTSD?
Yeah, what she said. What does that mean again? Post-traumatic stress disorder. Don't ask me how I know. It feels like I've heard it before. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Basically, their memories from the earthquake would cause flashbacks, which would then lead to depression or nausea. That's how Miyashiro and the others were made to understand their symptoms. But the reality was completely different. Even though we've seen or heard countless images, videos, and audio clips about the syndrome, we couldn't have been more wrong. And I only just learned recently that all the victims were CCS patients too. And the next thing I knew, the girls with CCS had vanished to the other side of the street. They walk around and live normal lives, just like everyone else does. And they can talk to people, and they can watch TV and browse online. But anything about their real appearance, anything that would tell them they actually have the bodies of very old people, they won't see or hear. It's kind of like they're living their own wonderful dream. That's how it feels to me. The day after I heard what Miyashiro had to say, I borrowed Ali's phone again and did my own research on Chaos Child Syndrome. When I looked at what I saw online in light of what he told me, I realized how many people had really had no idea what they were talking about. It was like, they just accepted the superficial things they were told, and didn't even try to find the truth. And they were shutting their eyes and covering their ears, looking at all the stuff they didn't want to see or hear. I also learned that people like that were called wrong-siders. Oh girl, no, that's just Miyashiro being Miyashiro. They're on the wrong side of the information divide. And then there's Kurisu Nono-san. I also learned something important about Kurisu Nono-san, the girl who might have been my friend. Something that could very well be a huge clue toward learning about my past. I guess it's almost time. Look at the clock and see that it's nearly time. I head into the crowd in the direction the little girls had gone, and start walking to my destination. I could see the inside of the academy from a distance. There's no one there, not even the guard from the other day. None of the people who thought they were students of the school are there. Detective Chanjo-san and Kunosato-san's plan is working, so far. I call up an image in my mind. One of the men I saw on Kunosato-san's computer. His name was... Makui Shuichi. Yeah, that's right. Sometimes in the fragments of my memories, I would see him in a special place. It wasn't a classroom or the club room. It was a mysterious place surrounded by machinery. He was standing there and telling me something. Before the accident, I had been meeting with him in private in a secret place in the school. So, where is it? Eek. I roll around and see Kunosato-san standing behind me. When did she get here? She could have at least said hello first. Where in the school is it? Where's the detective? Where is he? They just went inside from their rear gate. I pulled some strings. Now the school's empty. Once we're inside, we'll be fine. We should get going too. Kunosato-san starts walking. She stands up tall, like always, and walks right into the school. I follow behind her, bent over and trying to be sneaky. And when I told them 2 days ago about the vision I'd had, when I told them about the place where I'd been meeting Wakui, all three of them went pale. It had been in that room. It had been a place in Hekiho Academy that wasn't a classroom or a club room, a place where the sun never shone. It had been filled with machines I didn't recognize. The man named Wakui had been standing there, telling me something. And when I told them that, Kunosato-san put her hand to her forehead and yanked on her hair in frustration. She'd already thoroughly searched Hekiho Academy. When I guess I didn't search it thoroughly enough, she said, frustrated. Of course, we had to go search the school again. The question was what to do with Miyashiro. I didn't think he needed to come with us, but evidently he had to go wherever the device was that I'd seen in my vision. Kunosata-san and Shinja-san told me they'd been searching for that device this whole time. So, where is it? Kunosata-san asked me that again as she walks ahead of me. I follow behind her and try to summon the vision in my head, but I'm still not sure. I'm not sure. I'll have to walk through the school. And when I find it, I'll say so. We don't have a lot of time. I can't have this place emptied out for long. I understand. We walk inside the school building. When we get inside, we see the two of them standing in a corner. He really is here, Miyoshiro Takuru. He's not wearing handcuffs or any kind of restraints. Excuse me, detective? I mean, yes. No, I didn't mean to repeat the sound he made. I meant to read the textbooks. I'm doing great. I thought this yesterday too, but don't you two trust him a little too much? You know he's a serial killer, right? Shouldn't you be a little more careful? Oh, girlie doesn't even know. I suddenly feel like an idiot for saying that. I'm just a teenage girl. Why would a detective take advice from me?
Oh.
I could see why you'd think that. Well, there's no need to worry about Miyoshiro-kun. He won't do anything. Forget it. Shut up and start looking. Oh, Kunosato. Forget it? Isn't staying safe really important? I really don't understand what's going on. Alright, let's go. I look down the hallway from the entrance. I remember the vision again. It was a very dark spot. It's somewhere in the building that doesn't get any light. Maybe it's underground? I start walking, relying only on my hazy memories. I'll start by checking all the hallways. Something might ring a bell. The others follow after me, staring intently at their surroundings. I keep paying close attention too, to see if I remember anything. Oh, right. I turn back to face Kunosato-san as I walk. There's something I wanted to ask about Kurisunono-san. Is that really what you should be focusing on right now? She's staring at me incredibly fiercely, but it's something that I have to know. I won't back down. Kurisu-san was injured, right? In the chest. Yeah, oh, that's right. The detective answers me instead of Kunosato-san. I glance at Miyoshiro before I speak again. I read online that it happened because she got caught up in the murders. Is that true? Understandable ellipsis from Takuru. Yeah, their expressions are understandable, just like, Man, even an ellipsis from Kunosato. For some reason, all three of them fall silent. Miyoshiro is the one responsible for this so-called return of the new generation madness. And he didn't kill himself like he said he would. Apparently he chickened out and surrendered instead. There were a lot of different rumors circulating about why he said he was going to publicly kill himself. The most popular one was that it was because he had failed to recreate the new generation madness. The original new generation madness 6 years ago was composed of 7 murders. But this time, there were only 6. There was supposed to be another on November 4th, but he failed. And it was Kurisunono-san who was supposed to be the target. She was Miyoshiro's stepsister. It didn't make the news, but on November 4th, Kurisu-san was attacked by someone and then fell into a coma. She was found in time to save her life, but she was still asleep. Something I saw for myself in that hospital room. Comatose baby. And of course, the one who was thought to have attacked her was...
どうなの?
Well, Miyashiro. I glare at him, but he doesn't respond. He just looks back at me, and for some reason, his eyes look incredibly sad. I just can't understand what this murderer is thinking. And his thinking kind of similarly in reverse. That's why I decided to start telling him what I researched. You're in the same orphanage, right? Did you try to kill another sister after you killed the first one? And you were in the newspaper club with her. Your names were both on a video that was uploaded. I'm not sure if I should ask what I really want to know. After all, I should have realized yesterday. When Miyashiro called Kurusu-san Nono by her first name, Kurusu-san and Miyashiro must have been close. Which means that, since I'm Kurusu-san's friend, he has to have known the old me too. Do you know me?
知らない。
No. There's no hesitation in his voice. It's clearer and louder than I've ever heard him before. That's impossible. I have a photo of me and Kurusu-san together.
知らない。
I don't know you.
僕と
No
ノ
one
ノ
and
は
I didn't
仲
get
が悪
along.
かった。
I don't know who she
ノ
was
ノの友
friends
達関
with.
係なんて把握してない。
That photo was taken in the newspaper club room. You were the club president. There's no way you wouldn't know.
知らない。
I don't know you.
おい、
You can talk about that later.
そういう話は後に
Move your ass.
急げ。
Kunosato-san suddenly pushes me hard from behind. It's like she's trying to cut me off for Miyashiro's sake. Because she is. Because she is. With Miyashiro and the detective start walking faster too. It's almost like they decided in advance that this is how they would respond to that question. Because they probably did. What's going on? This doesn't make any sense. It really does feel like Momose-san and Kunosato-san are hiding something about my past. Because they are. And then there's the way Detective Shinjo-san acted when he first saw me. And more than anything, there's the way that Miyashiro cried when he first saw me. I hear myself grinding my teeth. I ball my hands into fists. This is so unbelievably frustrating. I have all these huge hints, all of which seem really, really important. And I know that everyone is trying to hide something from me. But I just can't remember what that something is.
そっちはダメだ。
Not that way. Huh? Miyashiro suddenly speaks up in a sharp tone. We all stop. And the sign tells us that the annex is up ahead. This is where I found the newspaper club room before.
何?
What is it?
そっちは最後
We'll
だ。
go there lost.
他の可
Unless
能
we've
性
checked
を全て
everywhere
潰して
else.
からだ。
何なのあんた?
What's your problem? It doesn't matter where we start, does it? And if we go to the newspaper club room, I might find some hint.
お前は
You're here to help Nono,
ノノを
right?
助けにここに来てるんだろう。新聞部の周
There's
り
no
に怪しい部
suspicious
屋なん
rooms
てな
around
かっ
the
た。
newspaper club.
これは間
I'm
違い
sure
な
of
い。
that. Miyashiro turns around without waiting for my answer.
あんたちょっと
Hey, wait, huh?
待って
Wait. I suddenly see a clear vision in my mind and yell. That was...
どうした?
What is it? My legs start moving on their own. And the memories become clearer along with the vision. The view of the courtyard from the window, the trees and the plants. The scene of the window connects with my memories. That's right. Whenever I talked with Wakui in that strange room, I always went through this hallway, I think. And after going through this hallway, What did I do? Hey, did you remember?
ちょっと静かに
Be
してくだ
quiet,
さい
please. I can't
気が散り
concentrate.
ます
I start to walk, following the hazy trail in my memories. And then I end up outside the annex. This is the first floor of the annex. I'm standing in front of the building's wall. Why did I feel like I have to do something to the wall? I'm not sure why, but I do what the memories tell me to. I put my hand on the wall.
No.
What? I hear Miyashiro and the detective gasp. Huh? I can't believe what I'm seeing either. My hand goes through the wall. My hand goes straight into the school building, like there was nothing there. I can see the wall, but it doesn't actually exist in reality. I can't feel anything pressing up against my hand. So that's why we couldn't find it. What is this? My mind is shocked and confused, but my body remembers this feeling. I push forward and deeper into the wall. The next thing I know, I'm inside the wall up to my shoulder without any resistance. It looks like something out of a cartoon. Suddenly, I come back to my senses and leap back. I fall backward on my butt. When I look up, the wall is still in front of me. It's hard to believe that my hand just went through it. What's going on? It was my own memories that brought me here, but I'm still stunned. Just like I thought. He used an illusion synchro to hide it. No wonder I couldn't find it. Konosata-san goes up and puts her hand against the wall. It disappears, just like mine did. It's like magic when you actually see it up close. I can't believe it. It's just an illusion, really. That's right. Can you see inside? I'll take a look. The detective pokes his head in, and it disappears into the wall without any resistance. It's too dark to see through, but I think there's some stairs going down. So it's right under the newspaper clip this whole time. It's like he's mocking us. The detective then takes something out of his pocket. It's a small flashlight. If I don't come back after 5 minutes, run. He tosses something at Kunosata-san, who grabs it. It looks like a car key. Just don't let anyone see Miyashiro-kun. Remember, the accelerator is on the right. Wait. Huh? Make sure you've got your gun ready. Forget the warning shots. If you see him, shoot him immediately. You know what? Fair. Cool your jets. Japan isn't like where you come from, you know? Ah, right, she's American. The detective takes out his gun and puts it in his other hand anyway. Oh, sorry. Sarika narration. It's fine. It's the first time I've ever seen one, and I feel a shiver run down my back. I'm forced to realize once more that this isn't a game. Be careful. Yeah. The detective puts his hand up against the wall without any hesitation, and then he heads inside. Miyashiro, you watch that side.
Hi.
Right. And the two of them ignore my shock as they stand back to back and watch their surroundings. They don't seem surprised by this at all. In fact, this almost seems like a normal, everyday occurrence for them. I force myself to calm down, stand up, and then wipe the mud off of my clothes. I have goosebumps. Can someone explain what just happened? What is this? Neither of them look at me. We just continue to keep watch.
皆さんは
What are you trying to do?
ですか？
We need the data in Wakui's lab to get a clue for how to cure Chaos Child Syndrome. I thought I told you that. I know that. You told me 2 days ago.
そうじゃな
No,
くて
I meant... I can't find the words. Too much just happened, and I don't know what to even ask. With nothing else to do, I decided to stand guard as well. Third ellipsis. I hate this. Just sitting here and letting time pass feels awful. I thought it had finally been 5 minutes by now, but it's been less than 1. Oof. Mood, though. As I keep looking at the time.
無事か？
You're safe?
はあ。
Yeah.
あ、
Yeah.
わかっ
Got it.
た。
Kenosato-san hangs up and turns toward me.
クリアだ。
It's clear.
ついてこ。
Let's go. And then, as soon as the words are out of her mouth, she vanishes into the wall. What am I supposed to do? I don't even know what's going on. I'm terrified.
君はここま
It's
で
as far
に
as you have to go.
急いで学
Hurry
園の
and
外
leave
へ
the
出ろ。
school grounds. Huh? Miyashita turns his back to me.
ノンノたちは
I'll find a
僕
cure
が
for
絶
Nono
対
and
に
the
回復さ
others.
せる。
I promise.
案内ありがとう。
Thanks for bringing us here.
あ
Oh,
の、
wait.
それじゃあ、
This is it.
さよなら。
Goodbye. Miyashita smiles and disappears beyond the wall. After hearing his words, my chest starts to hurt, almost like someone is squeezing it.
あれ
Huh?
どうしたの？
What's happening to me?
私
I can't run away. I just continue to stand in front of the wall, feeling like I've lost something important. I know this feeling from somewhere, but I don't know where. I definitely forgotten something important. What the hell is this feeling? Damn it all! I slap my hands against my cheeks as hard as I can. Old me would have gone through this wall. I know that for sure. So there's nothing to be afraid of. It's much more important than I remember. I put my hand up against the wall one more time to make sure that nothing's there, and then I plunge inside. I go down the long, narrow staircase, holding my hand against the wall. It's dim, but not completely dark. There's a tiny bit of light leaking out from below. Each time I take a step, the memories become clearer. There's no mistaking it. I've been here before. This isn't deja vu.
前の私って
Who was the old
何
me?
だったの？
I used to be a student here at Hekiho, even though I didn't have Chaos Child Syndrome. Maybe I was a scientist like Kinosato-san? And that's why I was talking to that Wakui man down here? No, that doesn't seem right. There's no way a normal girl like me could be a scientist. Girl, what are you googling about? A weird smile appears on my face as I start thinking about different ideas. Each time the lid almost comes off my memories, I start feeling terrible, and I smile in response to take my mind off it. Don't go down there. You can't go down there. I can feel someone whispering that deep inside my heart. But my legs refuse to stop. What if the old me was a totally different person? What if learning more about her changes me? Even if it does, I still want to know about the real me. And then I finally reach the bottom of the stairs. Hmm. Row after row of TV monitors fill the space. I know this sight. I've seen it in the visions. Are the visions of this room? Miyashiro looks angry at me for not listening to his warning, but he doesn't say anything.
どうだ
Well,
黙ってろ。
shut up. You're distracting me. Kinosato-san sits down in front of the computer and begins typing at an incredible speed. She seems to be doing a detailed check of the data on it.
よし。
Okay,
いける。
this should be possible.
データ
We
が
got
揃っ
the
てる
data
ぞ
we need.
本当です
Really?
か
Kinosato-san actually smiles for once.
急いで
Let's
始
hurry
め
and
る。
get started.
はい
Right.
新庄さんは表で
Shinjo-san,
監視を
you
頼
go
む。
upstairs and watch. If
何か
something
あったら
happens, let me know
すぐに知らせて
immediately.
くれ。
あ
Right. Make sure you get a backup of that data.
誰に
Who do you
言ってる
think you're talking to? Shinjo-san smiles back and runs up the stairs.
宮代。
Miyashiro, get
中へ入
inside.
れ。
Once you sit down in the
装置に
device,
座ったら
do the injections
すぐ注射を。
immediately. Huh?
はい
Right.
注射の仕方は
You know how to handle
もう
the
大丈夫
injections
だ。
now, right?
はい さ
Yes.
すが
You
に
got mad at me
病
enough
院で
times at
何
the
度も怒られました
hospital.
から
何度教
Can
え
you
ても
blame me?
お
No
前
matter
が
how many
覚えない
times I
から
taught you how, you never learned. His sheepish smile before his sprite disappeared. Yoshiro runs into the next room, looking a little excited.
何か
Did you
見つかっ
find
たんですか？
something? Kunosato-san starts typing again.
あ
Yeah, it's what we thought
し
would
て
be
いた
here.
通り
The device and the data we need.
必要なデータがあったんだ。これで
We may be able to use
カオ
this
ス
to
チャイル
cure
ド症
Chaos
候群を
Child
治療で
Syndrome.
きるかもしれない。
Her voice sounds ever so slightly cheerful. I've never seen her so happy.
それじゃあ
Then, you can cure
クルスさんたちも？
Kurisu-san and the others?
おそらくな。
Most likely. I can't help but sigh in relief.
どうやって治療
How are you
する
going
ん
to
ですか？
cure them? What's that data you were talking about?
画像だ。
An image. Huh?
画像って
An image?
写
You
真
mean like
と
a
か
picture
絵と
or
か
something?
そういう画像ですか？
You can cure the disease with the picture? That doesn't make any sense. But from the way Kunosato-san is acting, it must be possible.
そもそも
What's the cause of Chaos Child Syndrome anyway?
原因は何なんですか？しかも
And why are
どうして
Kurisu-san and the
症候群
others the
の
only
人の
ones
中
in a
で
coma?
クルスさんたちだけが昏睡状態になっているんです。
And that's something I've been wondering for a while. The town is filled with Chaos Child Syndrome patients wandering around. Kunosato-san stops typing and hesitates for a moment. And then she looks at me and whispers to herself, I guess it's fine.
お前
You've seen patients
クルス
beside
たち以
Kurisu
外
and the
の症
others,
候群者を
right?
見たことはあるな。
I nod. I've just seen some at Scramble Crossing, and I've seen a whole class of them here at Hekiho.
どう感じた？
What did they feel like to you?
どうって言われ
What
ても
do you mean? They were probably actually middle school age. It seemed like they had no idea that anything was wrong. The ones in the classroom looked straight at me.
なんていうか
It's like,
自分
like
た
they
ち
were
の
having a
都合
dream
の
that
いい
showed them
夢の
just
中
what
で
they
生
wanted
きて
to
るみたい
see.
っていうか。ほう
Huh? You got right to the
確信をつい
heart
てる
of
じゃな
it.
いか。
Kanosato-san smiles, like a teacher whose student just got a good grade, and goes back to typing on the keyboard. She seems to have found the data she's been looking for, because she nods in satisfaction.
カントの
Are you aware of
右手と左手の話
Wittgenstein's
に
opposition of
ウィト
Kant's
ゲンシュタイン
left-hand
が反論し
right-hand
た
thought
話は知っている
experiment?
か？
Judging from the names, maybe they're important scientists or something? Mood. I doubt any high school girl has actually heard of them. I mean, first of all, there's a high school girl right there that has, obviously. And just people that are interested in science probably know. Regardless of age.
頭と尻が逆にな
Take
ってい
two
る日本の
matches.
マッ
If
チ
you reverse the top and bottom, spin them,
回転させて
and put them on
重ねる
top
と
of
同
each
一のもの
other,
だが
they're still the same thing.
一次元
But a
人はそれに
one-dimensional
気づ
being
かない
wouldn't be able to tell.
背中合わせに
Now,
なってい
take
る
two right
二つの直
triangles
角
back
三
to
角
back
形は
and pile them up on top
つま
of
み
each
上げて
other.
重ねれ
They're
ば
also still
同
the
一
same
のもの
thing,
だが
but a two-dimensional
二次
being
元人
wouldn't be
はそれ
able
に
to
気づ
tell.
かない。
In both cases, a person from those dimensions can't recognize what happened. They're incapable of understanding that the actions and concepts of rotate and pile up even exist. Mood. I don't get what she's saying at all. Mood. Each of these creatures in a different dimension has its own world that only it can understand. They're in what you described as a dream. Except here, it's a delusion. Scientists call this phenomenon a delusion synchro. Remember what Miyashiro said? Kale's child syndrome patients have delusions that alter their sight, their hearing, and even their sense of touch. So in other words, the students of this academy are all having the exact same ultra-realistic dream? Is that really possible? Konosato-san seems to sense my disbelief, but her expression is completely serious. More precisely, their brainwaves are causing them all to share the same delusion. That's why we call it a delusion synchro. And that's how the entrance to this basement was sealed. We were forced to share that delusion that there was a wall there, so we could neither find it nor come inside. But you showed us that there was no actual wall. The delusion was broken for us, and the wall ceased to fulfill its function. Huh. I still don't really understand, but I decide to pretend I do. And in the same way, someone appeared who was capable of escaping from the delusion shared by all Chaos Child Syndrome patients and destroying it. And that person was Miyashiro? Correct. He recovered from the syndrome, and in doing so, the cycle of delusions that was shared by all of Shibuya collapsed. Some of the patients used to be able to synchronize their delusions with the others. To continue the example, imagine this whole school as minds, pretending to be trapped in an invisible box. Miyashiro walked right through the invisible walls of the box and shattered the illusion. Or maybe, you can think of them all as people in a movie, and Miyashiro screamed, "Cut." Remember my hand going through the wall? It was like a bad dream, or a really stupid prank. Thanks to Miyashiro, Kurisu and the others were released from their delusions, but they weren't able to handle the differences between delusion and reality, and fell into comas. In fact, everyone in a coma was someone who was close to Miyashiro. I remember the people in the hospital room. It was Kurisu-san, and then Arimura-san, Kazuki-san, and Yamazoe-san, right? Of course, the coma itself is dangerous, but it's evidence that their brain is trapped between reality and delusion, and trying to escape the syndrome. It's a necessary process. So, we want to strip that same delusion from the others as well. Konosato-san grins wickedly. If we do, someday, we'll come back to reality, just like Miyashiro did. Miyashiro, did you inject the meds I gave you? Yes. Konosato-san starts talking into some kind of microphone, and I can hear Miyashiro's voice on the speaker next to it. I'm going to start recording your brainwaves. Got it? Yes, go ahead. He sounds kind of out of it. What is he doing in the next room? How did Miyashiro recover from the syndrome? I'm not sure. If you want to know, ask him. No. I guess that's the perfect topic for discussion. Can you go up next to him and talk to him? I gave him a tranquilizer to make it easier to get the data, but I can't have him falling asleep. If Shinjo-san was here, I'd ask him. But you're all I've got now. The drug will run out soon, so you don't have to do it for long. Kanosato-san sees my hesitation and motions for me to get going. I have no choice but to head into the next room. Sorry. I heard what she muttered, but I don't answer. I can tell that she wasn't talking to me. Oh. The second I come inside, I'm convinced. This is the room. There's no doubt about it. This is where I talk to Valkyrie in the visions. It's a cold, white room. A hospital room? Or maybe an operating room? There's a device in the middle of the room, like something you'd see in a science fiction movie. Miyashita is lying back on the seat in the middle of the device. Looks like it got ripped straight out of a spaceship cockpit. He isn't asleep, but the drugs make him look really tired. What? Nothing. I tell him I come to keep him from falling asleep. Then I pull up a chair and sit down. What's that machine? What does it do? Kanosato-san didn't tell you. I didn't really understand what she said. All I got was that she was going to take Miyashita's brainwaves, and that she'd use them to do something about Chaos Child Syndrome. No, she can be hard to understand. She either uses wrong siders for her own purposes, or just leaves them behind. I mean... I'm only a wrong sider because I can't remember things, and you guys won't tell me what those things are, even though I know they're really, really important. Miyashita looks at me in surprise. Huh. You know the word wrong sider. You just... I'm gonna flick his forehead. Of course I do. Don't make fun of me. Well, I did only learn it a little while ago. Suddenly, the machine starts giving off a low groan, and I almost jump. No, don't worry. And that's just the sound of the brain scan starting. Miyashita looks up at the rings spinning around his head as he talks. I'm using the scan to take my brainwaves and create an image for them. Kanosato-san said that too. What does it mean? I can't have him falling asleep, so I prod him for an answer. Supposedly, the difference between me and the other patients lies in the brainwave patterns. That's the only reason why I was able to come back. There's a special image that makes Chaos Child Syndrome patients sick when they see it. It seems that we're exceptionally sensitive to visual information. Okay, so maybe the plan is to somehow take his brainwaves to then make their own sumo sticker that makes them better versus unwell, maybe? Shrugs. Even a normal person relies on vision for over 80% of the information they collect. A normal person not being a person that's blind in this case, I guess. They gave Kunosato-san and I the hit we needed. We believe you can create an image that, if they see it, will cause the other patients to generate the same brainwave patterns that I do. Interesting. We could use that image to alter all of their brainwaves and pull them back into reality. Maybe they'll all Benjamin Button. His voice is getting softer. I need to keep him talking about something. It doesn't matter what. Is that really possible? What kind of image is it? It'd be funny if it ended up becoming a bunny, but maybe that's just my wishful thinking and wanting bunny. Yes, it is possible. All of the data and software we need is right here. And that's why you've been searching so hard for this place. And we think each person will see it differently, but it will be a symmetrical image. What it turns out to be. We'll have to wait and find out, I guess. If you got these, special brainwaves, how did you get this syndrome in the first place? It doesn't make sense. I didn't know first. I developed them only after I contracted this syndrome. But how come? All of the chaos trends and temptations saw something nightmarish during the Shibuya earthquake. And they didn't want to believe what they saw. And they refused to believe it was real. They thought that it couldn't actually be happening to them. And then came that white light. A white light. And young people who were experiencing exceptionally strong stress and shock became psychics after being exposed to that light. They weren't satisfied with simply escaping into their delusions. They tried to alter reality itself to escape the pain. And that's how they got their powers. Powers? Wait, what is he talking about? And I was the biggest coward of them all. Reality was just so painful. That's if the girl who was always by my side. That's a sound. Suddenly, Miyashiro leaps up from his seat. He has a terrible look on his face. What's wrong? He seems to be astonished at what he almost said. I mean... you wouldn't get it. It's okay. I'm sorry. It's nothing. He whispers that and sinks back down in his seat. Don't scare me like that. I'm sorry. Just like Kunosato-san said, the medicine is already starting to wear off. I pick the chair that I've knocked over and sit down, and this time a little further away. He doesn't seem dangerous, but just in case. And... Huh? I keep going. Who was the girl that was always by your side? I can feel a sudden tension emanating from him as he stares at the ceiling. He presses his lips together in thought. And there's a silence for a while, one that threatens to burst if I press him for an answer. But then I hear him speak softly. My best friend. He's still staring at the ceiling. Despite all the horrible things you did, even a murderer like you still had a best friend? Head and hands. Sarika, shut up a little bit, I think. Yeah. And she was the one who taught me about a fake reality. It was always doomed to fall apart someday. But Once I was able to escape from the delusions
僕が
surrounding
自分を
me,
包み込んでいた妄想から
I
脱
don't
出
think
で
that
きた
all
のは
patients have a friend who can help them
他の
realize
症候
that.
群の人たちにはそうと気づかせてくれる友達がいないんだと思う。
What gives you of all people the right to say that? The people you killed probably had close friends too. I almost tell him those things, but upon seeing his expression, I stopped myself. He just keeps staring at the ceiling. His face, his eyes, they look so unbearably sad. I mean, he had to cast to become normal girl beam on this best friend he mentioned, so... Miyashiro. I've extracted the data. I still have to finish copying it, but I think it worked. Really? The tranquilizer should be wearing off. You're good to stand out.
立ち上がっても大丈夫だぞ。
はい。
Okay. Miyashiro stands up from the seat. He has a smile on his face. Wait. I call out to him as he goes to leave the room. There's something else I desperately need to know.
あんたの親友って
Was your best friend another Chaos Child Syndrome patient? Where is she now?
何をしてるの？
You won't believe the answer, girl. Miyashiro slowly turns to look at me. No. She was a normal
普通
person.
の人だった。
But she's gone now.
もう亡くなったよ。彼女は
She's no longer a part of this
この
world.
世界のどこにもいない。
これが？
And this is it. I wait about half an hour before Kunosato-san finally pulls an image up on the screen. Just like Miyashiro said, it's symmetrical. Different people might see it differently. I can't imagine anybody describing it as anything other than elaborate scribbles.
こんなもので
Is this really enough to cure the
治すことが
disease?
できるんですか？できるか
We'll have to find out.
やってみればわかることだ。
問題は
The
そ
problem
の
is how
手
we
段です
do
ね
it.。
ああ。
Yeah. There's still a group of people trying to continue the
症
research,
候群者の
like
研
Sakama
究を
did.
続けようとしているグループが残っているからな。
このまま画像
If
を
you
流
try to
そうと
spread
して
the
も
image, they'll
邪魔
probably
され
get
ま
in
す
the
ね
way.
多分。
妨害をかいくぐ
We
って
need to find a way to get past their
なるべく多くの
interference
人間に
and spread the image to as
同
many
時にこ
people
れを
as
見せない
possible
と
at the
いけ
same
ない
time. But we'll need to camouflage it.
偽装が必要だな。
Kunosato-san sinks back into her chair. And then she starts typing again at an unbelievable speed.
同時に見せ
Show
るっ
it
て
to them at the same time?
症候群の
You
人
mean
た
the
ちに
patients? Miyashiro nods.
もちろん
Of
全員は無
course.
理だろう
We
けど
can't show it to them all,
可能な
but we
限り
need to get
多
it
く
to
の
as
人に
many
見ても
people
らう
as
必要があるん
possible.
だ。
How about a phantasm concert?
どうして？
Why?
そうしないと
Otherwise,
残
the
った
illusions
症
think
候群
how
者
they
の
share
妄
with
想シン
others
クロに
might
引き
draw
ずら
them
れて
back in.
元に
They
戻っ
might
てし
stay
ま
in
う
the
恐れがあるん
delusion
だ。
that they're the same as
自
other
分たちは
people.
普通の人と何も変わらないっていう妄想にね。
I remember my conversation with Kunosato-san. She told me that they're having a dream. Let's show them what they want to see.
急ごしらえだが
It's a bit of a rush job, but it'll do. I can see a strange image that looks like white static on the screen. I keep staring at it, but I can't see the image from before.
これは
What is this? Miyashiro seems to be as confused as I am. Kunosato-san takes something out of her pocket and points it at the monitor. It makes a cute little noise. Is that a cute noise? I'm not sure. Is it a digital camera?
こんなものか。
I guess that's good
まあ、
enough.
使えるだ
It's
ろう。
usable. She checks the LCD screen on the back and offers it to me. She looks slightly dissatisfied. And what's on the screen is... Huh? Ink blot, baby. It's a slightly distorted version of the same image I just saw. How? It's just a picture of white static.
そうか。
I see.
Shutter
The shutter
speed.
speed. Two bears kissing. I mean, I did see it being bear shape, but that's right. I mixed the image into this tag for only a few frames. If you set the shutter speed to 1 second, this is how it looks. Even if the eye can't see it, their minds will still process it. It might work better than I thought, honestly.
ですね。
That's right.
例の
Even
映
if
像を
some
見逃し
patients
症
miss
候
the
群者がいて
video,
も、
we
別
can
の
mix
映
it
像
in
に
with
簡単
another.
に仕込めますし、
Kunosato-san.
久野里さん、
You can do video
映像
editing
編集
too,
もで
can't
きるん
you?
ですね。
Did you forget what kind of website I run? Miyashiro smiles, as if to say, good point.
例の映像
What's
って
this video?
こいつの犯行
His
声明
confession. Huh? His confession?
時間を予
We'll
告
announce
し
the time, and upload some evidence to make it look like it's real. And then we'll broadcast the confession online.
犯行
We'll
声明
mix in
を
the
予告通りに
static
ネット配信す
before,
る
during, and after the
映
broadcast.
像の前後や途中にこのノイズを仕込んだ上でな少なくとも
Everyone at Hekiho is
鉄
sure
工
to
学園
watch
に所
it.
属してい
The
る
same
証
with
拠群者が
anybody
食
at
いつく
another
だろう
facility, or whose
そ
guardians
れ
are
以外
keeping
の施
them at
設に所
home.
属している者や保護者が自宅で療養させている者も
Kunosato-san looks at him mischievously.
あれだけの事件を起こ
It's
した
a new
犯
message
人
from
の
the famous
新たな
criminal.
犯行声明
Most people will rush to watch it.
大半は飛びつくだろう
ですね。
That's right. Miyashiro smiles back. Oh, so that's it. I finally realize.
もしかして
Is that
それ
what
が
you're
あなたの
after?
目的なの
No.
その
You're helping
新しい
Kunosato-san
犯行
to get
声
your
明
new
とか
message out
っていう
into the
のを
world?
世に出したいから黒里さんに協力してるってこと世間の人
People
たち
think that
は
you're rotting
逮捕
away
され
in
た
jail
あんた
after the
が
police
警
arrested
察
you.
で惨めな思いをしてるとは思ってるでしょでも実際のあん
But
た
you're
は
waltzing around
平気な
outside with
顔で
the,
外を
out
歩
of
き
care
回
in
っ
the
てる
world. You want to let everyone know that your life isn't
自分
miserable
は
at
お
all,
前らが
though
思っ
they
てる
can
よ
all
うな
suck it.
惨
Am
め
I
な暮らし
wrong?
はしてないぞざまあ見ろってアピールしたい
You are
違う
horrifically wrong, my dear Serika. I look at him with as much disgust as I can physically muster. He's a horrible killer. I know I'm right. You're so wrong, girl. Miyashiro laughs tiredly. Even I'm not that bad.
そんなに意地は悪くないから。
いや
No,
そうでも
that's
ない
not
ぞ
true. The old you
以
might have
前
done
の
that.
宮代ならやりかね
Okay, yeah, no, she's right. Yeah. The past him probably would have. Like the one that was posting the video for the newspaper club, yeah.
久野里さんに
I
言われ
don't
たく
think
な
you're
いで
the
す。
best person to tell me about
Daidai.
Kunosato-san. Anyway. And just before he can finish his sentence.
なあ
Hey,
人の
didn't
もの
anyone
を
ever
取って
tell you
は
not
いけ
to
ません
steal?
って習わなかったのかい
We're borrowing, Kwakui. We're not stealing. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind us. Yeah, fair. Miyashiro tenses in the direction of the voice. Konosato-san stands up and glares. I'm the only one who was too off guard to react. I turn my head back over my shoulder. And I see a man standing there. I've seen him before.
なんで
How? Hmm? What do you mean, how? I'm a teacher at Hekiho Academy. Of course I'm here. Oh, you don't want to do that, Kunosato-san. Or Kunosato-kun. Am I about to change out? Great question. Kunosato-san freezes, her hand in her pocket. No sense in talking to the guy upstairs. There's no getting in or out. I change everyone's minds, so it'll work that
君た
way.
ちの意識をそう変えた
There's more tension on Kunosato-san and Miyashiro's faces than I've ever seen from them before. The man laughs a little as he looks at them. And then I realize... This is the man from my visions. as well as the very same man from the photo Kunosata-san showed me. Where's the sumo sticker man to obliterate him again in this world line? Please. Makoe Chuichi. What do you want? Hey now, that's not how this works. Are you the one trying to make off with my data? Takes a real bold thief to act like they're in the right. You know, you're the type who loses sight of everything else when they think they're in the right. Why not lighten up a little? I heard they hate your guts at that lab in America. Maybe that's why? You bastard. Oh, simmer down. It's just something I heard along with the grapevine. Anyway. For now, why don't you all sit down? You look tense. Something feels very wrong. Makoe isn't holding any kind of weapon. He's a thin, gentle-looking scientist kind of guy. He doesn't seem strong at all. If Miyashita and Kunosata-san both leap on him at the same time, they should be able to hold him down. And I can help a little too. If the three of us all attack at once, we should be able to get him, but... you won't, girl, don't. But the two of them are keeping their distance and acting cautious, like he's holding a gun or something. I'm not here to kill you. Don't be so tense. You especially, Miyashita-kun. I'm the advisor of the newspaper club. I'd like to think we got along well. Makoe laughs as he talks. For some reason, he sounds like a con artist. Let's sit down. Anyway-san. When Makoe hears that, he smiles for some reason. It's a nasty smile, like he's enjoying himself. Anyway-san, huh? What? Do you know me? Stop. Just do as he says, please. Please. Fine. They sit down in a nearby chair. Kunosata-san sits too. She seems like she's trying to hold back her anger even more than usual. Makoe smiles in surprise as he looks at the monitor Kunosata-san has been working at. I see. So you're gonna make their brainwaves match Miyashita-kun's, huh? My, you've done good work here. It's such a shame, Kunosata-kun. You sure you don't want to come back to the committee? Back? Squins? Shut up. She just barely stops herself from getting out of her chair. I guess that's a loose end that has yet to be tied, why she hates the committee so much. I've never been part of the committee. You stole my research data and used it for your experiments. Her voice is shaking. She seems absolutely livid. That's strange. I'm told you were quite enthusiastic at first. You said it was very good data. Besides, who cares how many brain-damaged children die if it's for the good of science? I figured you would have been overjoyed from all that new data you received. Yeah, no, okay, understandable why she hates them so much. Thank you for clearing that up, Akui. I told you to shut up! She finally shoots up, her eyes wide with rage. But the next moment... She suddenly slammed back into the wall. It was as if she was thrown by some invisible force. What was that? I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my temples. My hands shoot up to my head. It's the same pain I felt when I passed out after first coming here. My fingers tense up and my nails dig into my head. Kunosato-kun, don't you think it's about time you admitted it? No matter what you do, you won't be able to harm the community. You took the data from America and vanished. That showed up here as a scientist. Of course I'm sure your intent was to sniff us out, but... You didn't notice me walking down the halls in broad daylight. I'm afraid you're never going to get anywhere. As the pain blurs my vision, I hear the sound of grinding teeth. Konosato-san is glaring at Akui with an incredible fury. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to mock you. I actually hold you in very high regard. This image, for example, is quite well made. By all means, go ahead and show it to the patients. Huh. Yeah, Wakui is such an interesting character. I don't know if I hate him or not, to be honest. What? Isn't that surprising? Yes. At least to them. Oh, I get it. You think I'm part of the same group as Sakuma, the one that still hasn't given up on Gigalomaniac research. I see now. That would explain why you think I'm your enemy here. Makui keeps laughing. I wonder what's so funny. Am I wrong? I can't see it, but you're a Gigalomaniac too, aren't you? Konosato-san points to the empty space in front of Akui's hand. That's got nothing to do with this. I'm just a man who's loyal to the committee. The committee's orders are to clean up all the irregularities that resulted from the incident 6 years ago. You see? I want the same thing you do, so I have no reason to get in your way. Maybe he doesn't have to be obliterated in this world line. Have we cleared up our little misunderstanding? He says, laughing. To tell you the truth, first I had the same hopes as Sakuma-kun after he left us. The same hopes for you, Miyashiro Takeru-kun. Huh. The appearance of the Chaos Child Syndrome at Shibuya was one such irregularity, as was the appearance of the psychics from among the patients. But when that appeared to be a real Gigalomaniac appeared from among the failures, I was astonished. So I kept watching it, independently of Sakuma-kun. The higher-ups were skeptical, though. It was difficult to persuade them to postpone the big cleanup of Shibuya. Makui seems to be enjoying this, but Miyashiro is glaring back at him fiercely. As for me, my headache is getting unbearably bad. Psychics, Gigalomaniacs, Sakuma. Each time I hear a word, my head starts to throb. Something's getting stuck in my memories. Something's intertwining with my feelings. But unfortunately, you threw away your powers. And then not only that, you recovered from the Chaos Child Syndrome. The reason I'm used to persuade the higher-ups was gone. My reputation was ruined. And they got quite angry, you see. I shot down in the ranking. I've got no money and no connections, so it's hard enough getting this far. Now's not the time for me to be complaining, huh? Anyway, the city and the Chaos Child Syndrome are of no value to us anymore. In fact, we could be in a lot of trouble if anyone like Sakuma starts up another strange research project. So if you want to use that image to get rid of the syndrome patients, that would make us very happy. Makui says, spreading his arms wide. So do you understand, Miyashiro-kun? Kunosato-kun?
Miyashiro-kun, Kunosato-kun.
Don't look so glum, chums. We're comrades right now. We all want the same thing. Let me ask you again, Kunosato-kun. Are you sure you don't want to join us in our research? I refuse. And there's no doubt in her voice. Her words are full of anger. But Wakui is as unmoved as ever. It's so strange. I don't understand you. Why is someone like you so obsessed with revenge? Can't you see the bigger picture? And the power and status to do whatever you want as a researcher. Not to mention the money. It's all yours for the taking. And it's not just for your own personal benefit. It's to make the next world a better... Didn't you hear me? I said I refuse. Come on, Kunosato-kun. Didn't you hear me? We're comrades. You especially. I've been very sternly told not to kill. The look in his eyes changes for a moment. I feel a shiver go down my spine, and I take my hands off my aching head to grab the sides of the chair I'm sitting in. I felt like if I didn't, I would fall over. That's a stupid threat. Kunosato-san, however, is unmoved. Her voice is strong. Just listening to it makes it feel like the terror is fading away. The ability to do whatever I want. Power? Status? How stupid. No matter how great they are. I'm sick of power being given to me by someone else. It's not worth even a single cent to me. Power is something that's only valuable if you attain it yourself. Even if you're not sure what the right path is, moving forward believing you'll find it one day is what makes you human. And the grin vanishes from his face. And there's a wickedness in his voice that even I can sense. Was that how you originally thought? Or were you influenced by someone? I couldn't say. I'm not completely sure, but it feels like she ever so slightly looked at Miyashiro. No, unfortunate. Well, feel free to continue convincing yourself you're capable of beating us while you dance to the tune we play. I assure you, you all look stunning on the stage we prepared for you. Huh? Suddenly, Kunosato-san disappears without a sound. How? She was just here. I quickly look around, but she's nowhere to be seen. You... Don't move, Miyashiro-kun. I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now. Move, and I'll stab you. No, that's right. You can't even see it now, can you? This... Thank you for real booting it so everyone can see. I think this is the first time we're getting a better look at his D-sword. It's really cool. And there's something creepy wrapped around Wakui's hand. It's like a huge pair of scissors. No, it's more like a creature with a thorn-covered tentacles, bearing its fangs at us. It appears from nowhere, the same way that Kunosato-san vanished. Jeez, I don't understand you either. How could you just throw away your power? I'm told, are okay to kill. So listen carefully. Miyashiro seems to be judging his distance from Wakui. His legs are shaking a little, but he doesn't take a single step back. I feel like I'm going crazy from the headache and all the strange things going on. I told you, I'd been watching you for a long time, didn't I? Well, that was actually because I thought there was another interesting experiment I could do. You like urban legends, so you must have heard of the One World Order. Unified World Government. That's right. Watching you, I thought that perhaps Shibuya could be a test ground for that. The aging process caused by chaos child syndrome is actually just a byproduct of brain activity. The more interesting facet is the fact that the patients don't notice it. During the earthquake, the people struck by the light created an escape from reality as a source of relief from the stress. They started to live in a different reality and created an ideal Shibuya for themselves via adultation synchro. And that a miniaturized version of the One World Order I envision. And they don't even notice that they're turned old. Instead, they continue to delude themselves into thinking they're happy. Don't you think that's exactly what you'd want in a class of people you're going to rule over? They're the perfect cattle. So, I proposed an experiment. A miniature version of the One World Order. The committee was skeptical about you. But they took great interest in. They took great interest in. Experiment. My idea was that I could use Shibuya to simulate just how the world class in the One World Order would be able to tolerate. Just how much I can read. That being said, how I did it wasn't really all that complex. My plan was to simply perform a stress test on the syndrome patients. Little by little, I would cause incidents that would disrupt the peaceful lives they build up via the delusion synchro here in Shibuya, and then I'd find out. At what level would their stress values reach the maximum? And when they did, would they create a new delusion synchro to restore their peaceful lives? In the case of the One World Order, it would amount to the following. How much stress induced by oppression, theft, and exploitation for the ruling class can the ruled class really endure? Conversely, what level of stress will cause them to reach their limits? And when they do reach their limits, will they rebel against the ruling class to try and take back their happiness? And so, that was my experiment. But when I went to actually start it, I found there was nothing more for me to do. The return of the new Gen Madness already had Shibuya in an uproar. No, the murders your friend carried out were quite different than what I'd imagined, but they were still quite effective. Huh? Miyashiro's friend did the murders? What is he talking about? Miyashiro is the killer, right? You can see that Miyashiro's legs have stopped shaking. He stands tall, even in the face of that terrifying weapon. For a moment, I'm entranced by the sight. The patients were excited and overjoyed to see someone in a worse state than they were. Be that person a murder victim or an escaping killer. Mind you, despite all the chaos erupting in their peaceful Shibuya, it didn't cause a single crack in their delusions to grow, and I understood why. And this fits together with my theories of the One World Order. If you want to keep the world class from having the courage to rebel, you just need to give them an even lower class of humans as bait. If you do that, they won't even notice they're being ruled. They'll make the lower class suffer for the fun of it. And sometimes they'll even say that what they're doing is right. And that's just totally not being reflected in reality at all. Nope. They'll be satisfied. Happy. Divide and conquer and all that, yep. And as long as they're busy with all that, the real ruling class is safe. Really. You have no idea how easy it is to control people. And so you see, I was able to show the committee some good results. But then... Makui walks toward me with a terrifying look on his face. I try to take a step back without thinking, but Miyashiro suddenly grabs me by the arm. Huh? Stay close to me. Huh? No, let me go. I'll just do what I say for now. No, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. You ruined everything, Miyashiro-kun. The Gigalomaniac matter, as well as my One World Order experiments. As I said before, I was punished rather harshly for not dealing with you sooner. I never thought they'd lower my rank so much. And because of you, I might not make it into the next world, Miyashiro-kun. That was your own hubris. When I see the weapon in Wakui's hands, for the first time, I realized that I could actually die. Is he going to kill me? Is he really going to kill me? Death never actually seemed real to me. I never even thought about it before. But now, it's right in front of me. And the huge blades of Makui's hand, and the eerie light they give off, are pulling me deeper and deeper into the terror. And why do you choose to go back to reality? Can you give me a satisfying answer? No answer, huh? In that case... Makui looks at me. Maybe it's not too late to drag you back into your delusions. And the ends of his blade point at me. Like the jaws of a shark, they open up to devour me. That's cool. I mean, this is a horrible thing that's happening to Sarika right now. The white light sparks between them as they get closer. There's a loud throbbing noise in my head. My whole field of vision suddenly shifts. I put my hands to the wall to try and steady myself, but it's not the wall, it's the floor. I fell to the ground. It hurts. I hold my head. The pain is so bad that I can't feel anything else. One vision after another starts flowing inside my head. It feels like my head's being ripped open, like my memories are being forced to come back. Because they are. What is this? Where is this? Who is this? No, I know the answers to all those questions. What? I know? That can't be true. Wait, it must be true. I'm sure I've seen them before. No, I've never seen them before in my life. I clutch my head in my hands, fraught with confusion. I curl up into a ball and moan. I don't know. I don't know if these visions are real or not. I don't know anything. Stop it! I see Miyoshiro try to stand between me and Makui, only to get slammed backward. He smashes into the floor, hard. Would you mind getting out of my way? There's nothing you can do. It's too late for regrets. If you hadn't abandoned your Giglomaniac power, you might have been able to kill me. Miyoshiro, why? Why is he trying to save me? Are you okay? Yeah. For a moment, I can't speak, but I managed to summon the strength to look at him and nod. When I heard him call me Onoe, it felt like it overlapped with a memory that made me want to cry. What's this?
Makui is frowning at Miyoshiro as he holds the huge blade in his hand.
Just tougher than I thought. If you had the power to do this, then why? It was the one thing I could do to atone for what I did to her.
And at some point, I forgot about the pain in my head. I can't take my eyes off Miyoshiro.
Together, we would never change. Both she and I would stop making mistakes. We do it all over again. Why not do it all over again? What's wrong with that?
Miyoshiro is crawling on the ground, but he looks up at his enemy with eyes that would never give in to anyone.
Man, can't spend his life clinging to the girl he loves. Is that really your only reason?
Even as Wakui looks at him with a wry smile, Miyoshiro doesn't flinch at all. There's no sign of shame in his eyes.
You don't think that's a good enough reason? People think you're gods. So you just can't understand how normal people feel, that's all. Maybe try it then. Try it. You can kill me whenever you want, right? Then why not test me just a little more? You're right. Someday I'll go back. But if I'm right, I never will. You might not try and see who's right.
Miyoshiro stands up, slowly, without anyone's help.
You really think I'll agree to that? You will. You want your rank or whatever back, don't you? You're pathetically clinging to the committee so you can survive in the next world. And then, why not keep watching me? The real Giglomaniac in reality who's disappointed you. If I ever do go back to being a bibliomaniac, I'll help you with whatever you want. You can take all the glory for yourself. So you want to play a game with me and bet yourself as the prize? Yeah. This whole thing was a goddamn game from the start. Of course, I have no intention of losing. I'll struggle to the very last second. Miyashiro-kun, you're a truly interesting person.
All of a sudden, Makui vanishes, leaving behind only the eerie light of his blade seared into our eyes.
Very well. I accept your challenge. Your game. Let's start right now then, Miyashiro-kun.
I hear a voice from somewhere. It feels like it's resounding directly inside my head. And then everything goes quiet.
Hey, Miyashiro.
Suddenly, Kunosata-san's back, just as quickly as she disappeared. It's like she never left. Are you alright? Yeah, is all she says. She's biting her lip, probably frustrated at how much stronger her opponent was.
Where's Wakui? He accepted my proposal, for now. I think we should be okay for a while, but more importantly...
Miyashiro points to the PC, and Konosata-san leaps toward it.
The image is safe, but damn. He got us. All the data on the committee is gone. Hey, are you okay? Yeah. And I couldn't get in all of a sudden. What happened?
The sound of fingers on a keyboard echo off the walls. Konosata-san grimaces.
He physically destroyed only the important hard disks. There's no way to restore them. Damn that Wakui. Wakui was here?
Miyashiro nods.
I'll tell you the details later. First, let's do what we came here for. Konosata-san, you can take the video with that camera, right?
You're going to make your confession here?
Yes, Wakui. And committee. They aren't coming back here. I want to resolve everything related to Chaos Child Syndrome as soon as possible.
Konosata-san bites her lip once more and lets out a little sigh.
Shinjo-san, let's do what he says. Get some people together to carry out the brain scan device. We might be able to find some clues from it. Oh, sure.
The detective seems a little dissatisfied, but he must have been used to being talked to like that, because he goes to the other room. Miyashiro's looking at me. I try to tell him about all the fragments of memories I've seen, but just as I open my mouth, he motions for me to stop.
Onoe-san.
What?
Thanks for bringing us here. I'm sorry for scaring you like that. It's okay now.
I don't care about that. But these memories...
And the rest of this is our job now, so...
Miyashiro looks toward the exit. You can go, he seems to say. No, that's not what he's really saying. Go home, his eyes tell me. I have to ask. I have to find out for sure. But my lips won't move. The words won't come out. Why? Why am I... Miyashiro. Let's do this.
Hi.
Right. Miyashiro turns around and begins to ignore me. He follows Kunosato-san's instructions and puts a chair up against the wall.
What do I say to attract the most attention?
Don't ask me. You're the one who supposedly committed the murders. Say something that sounds like what a murderer would say. Supposedly? My headache almost went away when Wakui disappeared, but it's starting to get a little stronger once again. My head is throbbing with pain, and for some reason, the pain is eating into my heart.
How about I try saying something about hating the world?
Sounds good. We'll go with that. The two of them had completely stopped paying any attention to me. I staggered toward the exit, as if trying to escape from the headache. I turn back before I go up the stairs, but no one is looking at me. Miyashiro isn't looking at me either. I leave the basement without saying a word.
It's not my fault that I did this. It's the fault of our sick society.
I can hear him speaking into the camera below. I'm getting further and further away. I'm staggering constantly, like I'm in a waking dream. But I've succeeded in my goal. Kurusu-san will wake up now. And then I'll be able to ask her about me. Huh? Me? Why am I going to ask her about myself again? Everything feels so hazy. I can't remember. Well, it doesn't matter. I should just do what Miyashiro said and go back home. My head hurts. I'm probably just not feeling well. I need to go home and rest. Where is my home again? Oh, right. Yokohama. Why I came here, what happened when I did, and even how I feel right now. I don't know any of it anymore. I'm walking through town. It's probably the slowest I've ever walked in my life. As the sun starts to set on the city, I keep having trouble walking forward. But I can't stop. I realize that I'm not supposed to be here. So I force myself to keep going. And for some reason, once I got away from Miyashiro, my headache stopped. It's as if his very existence itself was the cause of it. Oh, right. Today's... I look at all the happy girls and remember. February 14th.
That's one hell of a way to spend your Valentine's Day, I guess.
Valentine's Day. The day when girls tell boys they like them. I hate people like you. I wasn't really thinking about it when I said that. It's not often that you tell someone to their face that you don't like them. The way to say what I'd like to say will occur to me after you've gone. Is that a line from a movie? Who did I go see it with? I laugh, even though I think it's stupid. And the current me is happy now. And I bet the old me was a total jerk who wasn't happy at all. But I've forgotten all about that now. I've forgotten all about that, and I can be happy. And that's right. I'm happy now. That's why I have to laugh. Hey, Serika. Where are you going? I ask myself that, but I don't answer it. I just keep walking. I'm walking in a crowd full of people. As I walk, I stop being able to figure out how much of the world is real. All those nightmarish things that just happened. All these people are just casually walking around, blissfully unaware of all of it. Which world is real? It has to be this one. And the big TVs are playing wonderful music, and there's a delicious smell coming from the crepe stand. And this is the right world. The fun world. It has to be this one. But I know this one is fake. And I pretend I don't. I just keep smiling and walking. I am a liar. And someone who's honest with themselves, like maybe a kid or something, might have gone back to that basement. Because this town, this place, it should be so much fun, but it feels so awful. I can't find the place where I belong. But I can't go back to that basement either. Because I'm not a kid anymore. Not anymore. I'm a grown-up who lies to herself. Suddenly, a scene from that nightmare comes back to my mind. And the fragments of memories I saw there. They're scattered about like pieces of a puzzle, and they're eating away at me. And beyond them, I remember a tiny feeling. Do something about this, please. And there's probably no way to get it back. I finally realize that no matter who I ask, that's the one thing they'll never tell me. The memories that feeling keep spinning around inside of me. I want to go back there, but I can't. I keep walking with nowhere to go. And eventually, I find myself in the front of a building near the station. It's been 30 minutes since the sunset. What was the name of this place again? Hikariwo? I look up at the tall building. I can't tell how many floors it has. I can't remember ever going in there. But my body goes inside without hesitation. I step out of the elevator and see a pretty theater. You can see a poster for a musical on the wall. There's a picture on it that I've seen somewhere before. The soirée is about to start. I stand in line to buy a ticket. Luckily, there's a seat open near the front of the house. I buy my ticket and bury myself in the waves of people going into the theater. And this place is... what the... something strange. I thought I'd never been here before, but it feels familiar. I've come here before. I walk up to the stairs through the crowd and open the door to the theater. And when I step inside, I hear a sound like something bursting within me. Something snaps inside my head. I walk toward my seat. I slowly weave my way through the other audience members, going down the steps of the corridor. And the curtain is lowered, not in its projection with the name of the musical and an illustration. But what I'm seeing is an empty theater, like a sky with no clouds. An empty stage, lit up by bright lights. I sit on my seat. And after a while, the buzzer rings and the curtain comes up. The orchestra plays a low sound that echoes in the pit of my stomach, and the cast comes up on stage. But my mind is still saying the same thing. I'm still perceiving an empty stage. Is this where I... On stage, the actors start to act out rowing a boat. They're creating a delusional world on the stage, filled with things that don't exist in the real one. But I'm seeing a different world. It's the world I lived in before. The musical keeps going. But the empty stage that only I perceive doesn't change. My memories throb and ache. My emotions feel like they're about to overflow. I've done something here, with someone. The sorrow I felt when I talked with them is filling my heart. And the pain I felt in my throat when I screamed at them is coming back to me. It hurts to breathe. I'm gasping for air like I'm underwater. The actors sing, their voices riding on the powerful music. It's a song the heroes sing to inspire themselves and the people before they go off to fight the revolution. The people of this illusional world all line up and yell, "Come along and join us." And then it happens. I see someone on the empty stage. And they're holding something up high in their hands. I can see that it's a sword, gleaming with the dull shine. It's a tool for battle.
Because it was the one thing I could do to make amends to her. Together, we would never change. But apart, both she and I would stop making mistakes. Man can't spend his life clinging to the girl he loves.
Huh? I'm crying. These are the same tears I felt on my cheek when I woke up this morning. I quickly wipe them away with the back of my hand. But they don't stop. I keep wiping them away, but they just won't stop coming. Huh? Huh? It's no good. They won't stop. I can't stop them. I bury my face in my hands.
I don't have any regrets. I don't regret what I did. I'm satisfied.
You scum. Keep going. Who was the girl that was always by your side?
My best friend.
Despite all the horrible things you did, even a murderer like you still had a best friend. Was your best friend another Chaos Child Syndrome patient? And where is she now?
No. She was a normal person. But she's gone now. She's no longer a part of this world.
And the play ends, and the audience gives a standing ovation. The actors stand on the stage and bow. Alone, I wipe away my tears. I sat there for a long time, unable to get up. No one else can see the blurry world that I perceive. I look up to stop the tears from falling. And the lights on the stage shine down on me like a spotlight.
Starring. Man, there better be an after credit scene. There better fucking be. It's listing the characters though. Starring characters. Takeru Sarika, Kurisu. Senri in the background of that one. He and I are girly pop. Uki. The small. Kazuki. Chaos Child. Mhm.
記憶の風に吹かれて涙がこぼれても
There better be an after credit scene, or I swear. Not that I know what to expect from the after credit scene, but there better be one. Hi, Blue Sky. No Science Adventure series true ending without a blue sky, right? 5 PB, mm-hmm. A clear sky even. There was clouds. October 2016. An after credit scene. 8 months later, mm-hmm. And the next examination will be at the same time next week. Take care. Alright. Thank you very much. Senri. Her casual outfit's so cute, man. As she bows to the nurse, who she has come to know quite well, Minamisawa Senri, the girl who was once Kurisu Nono, checks the time. It's almost noon. The exams are getting shorter and shorter. And they hadn't even given her any drugs today. That probably means she's getting better.
Oh, big sis.
That's so fucking cute. Yamazoe Uki, whose exams were... Yamazoe Uki, whose exam was evidently as short as hers, comes down from the psychiatric ward on the 5th floor. When she sees Senri, she runs over to her.
Are you done for the day too?
Hey, no running in the hospital.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
Senri feels herself smile as she watches her little sister walk past, but not run, toward the front desk. Her little sister struggled with her physical therapy before, but now she can walk and run like a normal girl. She wants to be a nurse, just like Senri. A job Senri knows would be perfect for her.
Okay, let's go. We got out earlier than expected, so then we invite everyone to lunch. I'm sure they'll come. Yeah.
Inky suddenly seems to remember something and stops.
Did you forget something? No.
Inky's choosing her words carefully as she looks to the elevator that just came down.
Are you sure, big sis? Yes.
Senri puts her hand on her little sister's head.
ちゃんと
We were able to say goodbye. That's good enough.
それでもう十分
Blinks.
それに
Besides, security is very tight these days. Nobody can get in.
でも
But
だからいいの
It's alright, Yuki.
ウキ
So, we're not gonna be like that
そ
anymore.
うしちゃダ
Okay?
メなんだからね
And after a second, her little sister nods and Senri smiles in return.
定期検
I'm
診
glad to see you survived your checkup.
お疲
Good
れ
job,
様です
everyone. She's talking. Let's go. I mean, it makes sense, but When she contacted them on her phone, Senri found that Arimura Hinae and Kazuki Ohana had both been waiting for her call all morning. And the four of them then met in front of Shibuya Station and started walking together. It's been a long time since the four of them have gone through the city together like this. They see each other at the hospital quite often, but their exams and physical therapy are all at different times, which makes it difficult to schedule anything. But today is a special day. Even if they didn't say anything, they all knew they were going to meet for it.
今日
What's you doing today?
ゆうとなら
Yuta went to the
学校の
library
お
with
友
his
達と
friends.
図書館へ行ったわ
Well, he's going to the library on his day off? Now that's a scary thought.
それ恐ろしいなおい
He is all excited to be a lawyer when he grows up.
Damn, a lawyer? Is he gonna be an ace attorney?
Wow, a lawyer? That's a pretty crazy dream for a kid. Wait, oh.
Oh, so that's it, Hinai almost says, but she stops herself. Both Hana and Hinai immediately understand the meaning of Tachibana Yuto's childlike dream, as well as the fact that it might even come true. And Yuto definitely knows what day it is, too. And it's almost certainly why he went to the library with his friends, just like how the four girls gathered together. An indescribable sadness is starting to build up between them.
Oh, whoops.
Inside Mina's loud voice that breaks the silence.
Everyone, if you don't hurry, all the restaurants are going to fill up.
That's right. Where should we eat?
I'm super hungry, so I suggest the usual cafe. What do you think, guys?
I'm okay with that.
Me too. That's fine.
Alright, let's go there then.
Okay, follow me.
Hinai raises one hand up like a tour guide, wraps the other around Hana's, and the two of them have been hanging out together a lot. Together a lot recently, and then plunges into the crowd. And there are no Chaos Child Syndrome patients to be seen. 8 months before this, over 80% of the Chaos Child Syndrome patients in Shibuya all fell unconscious at once. They were all quickly split up and taken to nearby hospitals. The hospitals were overflowing with patients. It was almost like the earthquake 6 years before. No, 7 years now. Even the patients who had escaped the initial wave quickly fell unconscious as well, and they were also taken to hospitals. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. Several people were injured when they'd fallen, but none of them badly. And several days later, the patients began to wake up, almost all of them in a state of extreme panic, and they couldn't believe what they actually looked like. Senri, Hinai, and the others woke up at the same time, and were all terribly confused. But they didn't panic like the others did. And they quickly realized that he was involved, and that he'd done this for everyone's sake. And so, all the patients returned to a more normal world. To a harsh reality.
Minamisawa-senpai, you're not free to roam about the cabin. Hurry up or we'll leave you behind.
Oh, right. Senri realizes that, as she was reflecting on the past, she'd stopped walking. She quickly runs to catch up with the others. Naturally, Senri had no idea what had transpired during her coma. But right after she woke up, Takuya told her himself. Konosato and Shinjo let her meet him in a special hospital room. He also told to her about Seriko's true nature, and the truth behind the return of the new generation madness. Makui, the committee, and Chaos Child Syndrome too. He told her everything. And lastly, he told her the truth about Sakuma, the father she believed in. And there was something that Kurisu or rather, Minamisawa Senri had to tell him too. Now that she didn't look like Kurisu anymore, there was no way she could keep up the lie. Yeah. She had trouble working up the courage before she went into Takuru's room. She'd hesitated so many times, and almost thought about not meeting him at all. But it had been the other girls from her room that scolded her and urged her on. Good. She'd been the last to wake up because of the wound in her chest, and by the time she did, Uki, Hinai, and Hana had already seen the real her. And everyone had forgiven her without saying a word. But when she hesitated about meeting Takuru, they all got quite upset with her. Can't you trust him? They asked her. Is he the kind of guy to not forgive you? And that had been enough for her to decide. And after she told him everything, Takuru laughed gently. You're so silly. You should have told me sooner. Every time she remembered what he'd said back then, she felt like she would start to cry. Senri had given up the name and body of Kurisu and went back to being her original self. She was forced into 6 months of physical therapy, not just because of the syndrome, but the stab wound as well. But at last, after all that, she was capable of going outside on her own.
She then went back to Hekiho Academy, which was now just a normal private school, and started truly living the life of a normal student along with the others. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. What is it? How was the exam? The same as ever, but they didn't give me any medicine. I think I'm about done with doctors. What about you, Kazuki? Me too. Maybe. Kazuki looks up at the blue sky as she speaks. She'd been lying to everyone too. And just like Senri, she was reluctant to admit it, and Hinae scolded her too. But when she opened up to Takeru about her lie, he forgave her like it was nothing. Even after losing her power, Hana still doesn't talk a lot, but she's trying her best. She believes she owes it to Takeru to do so. And you should let more people hear your voice. You need to make many more friends. Shibuya is filled with people enjoying their day off. And Senri and the others are all living the same lives that everyone else is. Except for one person. The boy who used to be at their center. They only bring it up during a small silence, after they finish eating lunch at their usual cafe. At first, no one wants to discuss it. But at about the same time, Senri gets tired of watching the ice melt in her iced tea. Yanae opened her mouth to speak. Did you see this yet? She points to the phone in her hand. It's displaying a tabloid site. Yeah. The article is about Takeru. Miyashiro Takeru, the boy responsible for the serial killings in Shibuya, has been being kept at AH Tokyo General Hospital to aid in research on the Chaos Child Syndrome. And now that the research is mostly finished, he is finally being sent to a detention house for the real interrogations to begin. Even if he is a minor, in light of the effect his way less than minor crimes had on society, there's no chance he'll be getting out anytime soon. So the article says, completely in a sensational and exaggerated tone, where does this media find this stuff? Most of what the article says is right. And Shinjo told them that the day Takeru will be transferred is today. They were able to say goodbye earlier. Shinjo had set it up. Really. Right until the very end, the final time they met, Takeru asked them a favor. It involved Onoe Sarika. Stay away from her, unless she comes to you. But if she does come to you, please forgive her, and treat her like a normal friend. And never tell her about her past or mine. He insisted on these 3 things until the very end. But Sarika has never approached them. Konosata told them that she lives in Yokohama, is attending Hekiho Academy from there, but they haven't heard anything else. What's going to happen now? I wonder. I don't know. No one knows for sure if Yuki's question is about Takeru, Sunika, or maybe even both of them. Let's get going. When she stands up to leave, Senri realizes. Oh, I think I understand now. Maybe she's asking about us. What are we going to do now? Senri then remembers that Takeru had a spot in the cafe where he always sat. She finds herself looking at it, and almost starts crying again. And the 4 of them leave the cafe and slowly head for the station. And they plan to split up and go home from there. None of them are looking at their phones, and yet their heads all hang far lower than normal, but no one among them notices. Just before the light turns green, Senri realizes they are completely buried in the people surrounding them. Her mouth opens on its own. Want to go see a movie? Huh? The other 3 look up in surprise. Their mouths fall open in shock. They seem to have been caught completely off guard.
このまま帰って
We're
も
not going home already,
Mother,
are we? It's too early. It is right. The sun hasn't even begun to set yet. Hinae suddenly starts to tear out her hair. Dang it! I was supposed to keep everyone from getting down today!
しようと思ってきたのに
Her twin tails spin angrily. That's such a funny sentence.
そんなこと
You were
考え
thinking
てたん
about
だ
that?
そうじゃ
Why would I hold your hand otherwise? You're not my boyfriend.
しないって
But you could be girlfriends, Hinae. Girlfriends.
最近
But you've been
よく
holding my
繋い
hand
で
all
く
the
るくせ
time
に
lately. You're girlfriends.
知らん
I don't know what you're talking about.
はいはい
Yes, yes. Quiet
じゃあ
down,
付き合
you
ってくれる
two.
のね
So,
映画
you come with me to a movie, won't you?
バチコイ
It's your thing. Hinae claps her hands together and then spreads her arms as if to give Senri a big hug. Do it.
ウキは
What about you, Uki?
この後
You're free
予
right
定ないでしょ
now, aren't you? Huh? Yeah,
でも
but... Uki makes the same face she made at the hospital. Let's go back to the hospital after all. It's almost time, isn't it? And that's what Uki seems to say. Senri knows that Uki is worried about her, but that's when she smiles back silently.
ありがとう
Thank you, Uki. But if we're going to go somewhere,
行くなら
let's go see a
やっぱり
movie,
映画にしましょう
because she knows what if she... Because she knows that if she does see Takuryu again, she'll grab onto him and break down in tears. She doesn't think she has it in her to control herself. And she doesn't want to let her little brother see her like that. She's never going to let him worry about her again. And that's why.
できれば
Let's pick up on one.
楽しい映
I
画
want to
が
write
いい
him
な
a letter and say we saw a really
タ
fun
クルに
movie
手紙を書きたい
together.
のみんなで楽しい映画を見たわよって
Oh, I'll write one too. I'll write him a letter every day.
毎
Every
日
day?
う
Hmm.
ん
I guess I'd better write
負けていられ
one
ないわね
every day too then. Cute.
おお
Wow, you two really are in love with your brother, huh? Hinaya tries to tease them, but they both look back at her and speak in unison, Sari mischievously and Yuki extremely seriously.
いけない
Is that so wrong?
自慢の
I'm very
弟なの
proud of my little brother.
自慢の
I'm very proud of my big brother.
お
Whoa. Hinaya staggers back in astonishment, an exaggerated astonishment, and Senri gives her a pat to move her along.
ほら早く
Come on, hurry up or we'll leave you behind. Senri goes to the front and starts walking. No. Unlike a moment ago, she's standing tall, ready to face whatever fate has in store for her. Yuki goes after, her footsteps steady and firm as well. They're remaining to look at each other for a moment. And then they start laughing and run to catch up to the sisters.
あー
Hey, wait up, senpai. Uki.
ウキ映画な
I
ら
know a movie we should
おすすめの
watch.
あるんですけど花のおすす
The
め
movies you wreck are always so dumb, though.
話になんない
What? Cute. Huh, that's strange. There should be data in here.
おい
Hey, I told you again and again not to touch that.
何度も言ってるだろう
And the door opens, and an angry woman comes inside. It's Kunasato-san.
すいません
I'm sorry.
あいつらの結果
Their test results were clean,
いつ
just
も
like
よりクリー
always.
ンだ
There's no fear of a relapse
今
for
のとこ
now.
ろ再発の恐れはない
I give a small sigh of relief when I hear that. Good. The treatment seems to be working well.
それで
So,
あの
how long
いつまでの
or
ゾンビ
Senri
たちの検査
another's
続
going
くん
to
です
keep
か
getting treatment.
お前
And you're about to be taken
こ
away,
れか
and
ら
you're
連れ
still
て行
worrying
かれ
about
る
other
時
people.
に人の心配なんて
Well, whatever.
まあ
I guess that's just who you are.
そういうやつだったなお前は
Kunosato-san sighs in resignation.
今あいつ
All
ら
I'm
が
doing
行
now
っ
is
ている
checking
の
their
は
chromosomes for any
染色体に異常が
abnormalities.
見られない
It's
かどうか
basically
の
like a
検査だけ
physical.
だ。
I'm
まあ
not aware of any
健康診断
physical
みたい
that
なものだが
requires checking of the chromosomes, but I digress.
少なくとも
If nothing else,
老化
I'm
の
going
原
to
因
keep it
が
until
完
we
全
can
に突き
completely
止められる
determine
ま
the
では
cause of the
検
aging
査は続ける。
process. Right now, it's
今は
once a
週に
week,
1回
but
だ
I'm
が
planning on cutting it back
検査回
gradually.
数は徐々に減らしていく予定だ。
いつ頃から減らし
When
てい
can
け
you
るんです
start cutting it back? I don't know, Konosato-san says. From the way she's talking, she isn't lying. She really doesn't know. My role in researching and curing Chaos Child Syndrome had mostly come to an end after I created that image. All that's left is for Kunosato-san, and the scientists helping her to figure out the scientific cause. But they seem to be having a hard time figuring out what causes the artificial aging process. As for what they do know, there are structures called telomeres at the ends of a chromosome, and they're related to the aging process. By the way, I completely butchered the pronunciation of that, but that's okay. Let's find out more info. A repeated set of base pairs located at the ends of a chromosome, and has been confirmed that telomeres get shorter with each cell division, and since telomere shortening has been observed in patients suffering from accelerated aging disorders, it is believed that they are deeply connected with cellular aging and thus with the aging of the entire body. The fact that you're just saying it's okay with a laughing face means I definitely butchered it. There are signs that the Chaos Child Syndrome patients are artificially creating them inside their bodies. And these false telomeres shorten at a greatly accelerated rate that drastically restrict the number of times a cell can divide. And the hypothesis is that the brain recognizes these artificial telomeres as real and initiates the aging process. But much of that is still in the realm of hypothesis, and Kunosato-san herself doesn't seem satisfied with the explanation at all. But whatever the underlying principle is, when I asked her what had happened, she shrugged and said this. It's probably because the mind and body mistakenly think that living in a world of delusions means being reborn as a new person.
妄想の世界で生きるということは、新しい自分に生まれ変わることだ、とな。
そうか。
So that's it. It's not just the mind that's mistaken, it's the body as well.
肉体的にも勘違いをしたんだ。
The phenomenon where these mistakes or errors would occur along the chromosome have been known in the medical world for a long time. And that's right, it's the same mechanism as cancer. In other words, former Chaos Child Syndrome patients are at a high risk of developing that disease. Senri and the others will probably keep getting exams to look for those errors in their cells, all without knowing why. And according to Kunosato-san, she has no idea when those exams might end. They might go on forever. Actually, there's something very interesting regarding you, too. Konosato-san stares at me, as if trying to peer into the bottom of my soul. From this point forward, you're going to lose access to the internet for a very long time. Probably for the first time in your life. Am I right? I mean, he's been in a coma before, but I don't think that counts. Yeah, come to think of it, she is right. The internet already existed when I was born. By the time I hit puberty, it was everywhere. And you put so much emphasis on being a right-sider, and for the first time, you're going to have restricted access to information. When that way of living becomes natural to you, I wonder how your thought patterns will change. That's a fair point. A while ago, I might have panicked just thinking about it. But strangely, I don't feel like I will right now. It'll be interesting to see how you change, going from a roaring, endless storm of information to drifting in a quiet, empty sea. Hey, I promised you, didn't I? I'm your guinea pig now, so make the most of it. Yeah, you're right. Ito's getting a lot better, not just from the syndrome, but from the brain damage too. It's all thanks to you. I was wondering about him. Good to know he's not dead. I was only able to save him medically. I can't make any guarantees about the legal side. Shinzo-san told me that Ida will be prosecuted, but in the end, he'll probably be given treatment at a medical facility for minors. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm relieved to know that he'll eventually go free. Remembering Yui makes my heart ache, but what happened to her isn't his fault. And what are you going to do now, Kunosato-san? I remember something I want to ask her before I leave this place. Kunosato-san's eyebrows rise in surprise. Are you going to keep trying to get revenge on the committee? Of course. I'm going to keep dancing just like Wakubi said. And then, I see a little smile form around her mouth. That reminds me. You and I may end up keeping in touch. Wakui said he was going to continue to observe you, didn't he? That's right. He's going to see you whether or not you'll give in to the despair and terror that's to come, and gain your powers as a giggling maniac. That's your game with him. Yes. Then, you're going to be kept alive, and I'll keep watching you, so I can find him when he slips up. Can I come in? There's a knock at the door, and I hear a voice I know well. Shinjo-san comes in with a serious look on his face. He's looking at me, seemingly uncertain as to what to say. I wait, motionless, until finally he sighs. Shinjo-san says the words. It's time. Alright. I slowly stand up from the chair. Shinjo-san knows the truth, but I still accepted my decision. I could be nothing but grateful for that. I know how hard that has to be for a detective. Thank you for everything. And I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. I bow deeply. No, it's nothing compared to what you went through. He puts his hand on my shoulder. It's big and strong. If I had an older brother, would he have been like this? I'm the one who should be thanking you. There's another detective on the other side of the door, ready to take me to the transport. And the rest of the world still doesn't really know what I look like, now that I've recovered from Chaos Child Syndrome. It's Shinjo-san who convinced the others that I'd stand out less if they didn't put handcuffs on me and try to hide my face. Thanks to that, I'll be able to walk outside as a normal high school kid one last time. I bow one last time to Shinjo-san, and then turn to Konosato-san. Take care of everyone for me. Yeah. See you around. Konosato-san nods weakly, and I nod back. And then I head for the exit. Oh, Miyashiro. I stop and turn back around. And there was something I almost forgot to ask. It's not terribly important, but I figured I'd ask anyway. Her name and age. Why did you name her anyway Serika? Was there some meaning behind her age? You know what, that's good questions. Good questions. There's actually something I also thought about for a long time, ever since we parted ways. It was the first step of a very big mistake. But when I finally found the answer, I bursted out laughing. Her name was an anagram of my parents' names. Ooh. Miyashiro Saneo, Miyashiro Eriko. And the things you were supposed to look for in a parent, I saw it in her. I think that's where I got the name. But if you wanted her to play the role of a parent, shouldn't you have made her older than you? I think I didn't want to admit that I wanted a parent, so she couldn't be older than me. She had to be a girl who was younger than me, so I could protect her.
子供ながら
It
に
was all because of my
つまら
stupid
ないプライ
pride.
ドですね。
Thinking back, I
今
really
考える
was
と
a fool.
本当に愚かでした。
I see.
そうか。
Man's being forced to psychoanalyze himself. I mean, he realized it before, so that's why he's able to answer right now. For a second there, I thought I caught a glimpse of gentleness in her expression.
でも、
But you did protect her.
お前は
You're
ち
not
ゃん
a
と
fool
彼女を守
anymore.
った。
And I smile back at her and turn away. I take longer steps than usual, so my resolve won't waver. And then I step out the door. It's been forever since I've actually been outside. The weather is beautiful. I'm so used to the darkness that the strong sunlight stings my eyes. And the wind is a little cold, but it feels good. It swirls past me, almost as if it's purifying my whole body. I was initially surprised to not see any reporters or onlookers around, but I learned that Kei-san, aka Konosato-san, had given the media and internet false information to keep them away. Let's go. I walk for a while until I see a black car stopped on the other side of the road. It's probably the transport.
あれ
Huh. I feel a sense of deja vu and stop to look around. And then I remember.
そうか。
That's right. And this is the corner of AH Tokyo General Hospital. 6 years ago, during the earthquake, it was an evacuation shelter. Detective sees that I've stopped and asked what's wrong. And there are too many feelings inside me to explain. That's right. This is where I created her. I stand there, frozen in silent shock, nearby in the bright sunlight, standing only a few seconds away if I were to run. It was her. A girl I thought for sure I'd never meet again. She's looking at me, as if uncertain whether to smile, be angry, or cry. And there's a girl next to her that I don't know, about the same age. Why?
なんで
What is she doing
こ
here?
こに
And I can't look away. I can't move. And we're so close, but we're staring at each other from a distance that can never be crossed. And the detective tells me to start walking, but I can't respond to him. I suddenly realize that my fists are clenched.
セリカ
Huh?
What is it?
And hear a pretty voice. And soft wind seems to be carrying it to me.
どうしたのいきなり
What's wrong? Who is that?
誰あれ
Someone you
知ってる
know?
人
I don't know what feelings are being exchanged between us, but I can see tears forming in her eyes.
No, I don't know him.
And the tears fall without a sound. She's smiling. The girl next to her must be her best friend. She wipes away her tears and smiles so that her friend won't see them. She then turns around and starts walking away from me. Time starts to move again, and a smile forms on my face as well. Yeah. I don't know
僕
you
も君なん
either.
て知らない。
And the sunlight continues to sting on my eyes as I look at the crystal clear blue sky. And the reason I'm looking up is so the tears in my eyes won't fall to the ground. And crying tears of joy. And that's what I believe. And that's what I have to believe. All of this is for the best. And
すいません。
Oh,
行き
let's
ましょ
go. I say that to the detective, and then I start to walk. I don't look at her as she gets further away. We will never meet again. Our paths will never cross again. And that is how we will live our lives together. Finn, you don't say. I guess you guys can't see that. I'm blocking it. It says Finn. Man. Silent Sky End. Look, there's a blue sky on the screen because we got the ending. I love that the game does subtle things like that. The Science Adventure series, rather. Look at all these endings we got. Did we get all the tips? I think so. Yeah, seems like we got all the tips. How fun. It feels so strange to be done with the game, man. Like, it makes sense, but at the same time, man, it's been a while, huh? There was one CG that I saw before we started the game that I don't think we actually saw. I don't know where it would be hiding here. But it was a CG of all of them being old in the club room. Like, the only place I could think of it hiding is, Kurisu's route somehow. Because, there's one negative delusion that we didn't do, but not all negative delusions have CGs, so... It doesn't really look like there's an empty space either. I could be lying, but yeah, I'm not really seeing where there would be an empty space. Wild. But, God, it's so weird being done with the game. I guess the question is, do I like this more than Chaos Head? I think yes. I think this is my new favorite Science Adventure series, but Chaos Head is a close second. Which, I guess, Steins Gate is a close third. Because a lot of the not-so-great parts of Chaos Head is just really probably a subject of it being of its time, and those things weren't present here. So, like, this game never got nearly as brutal as Chaos Head did, and I honestly do kind of like how brutal Chaos Head was, but, like, that's definitely probably just, like, oh, this is, like, the first game, so, like, let's get really into it, like, shock value, I guess, with how gruesome it got, which wasn't really present here at all, which was kind of nice. But isn't this a time? This has been a time, for sure. Man, I think I'll definitely need some time to, like, mull over and process everything that's happened, for sure. I'll definitely be thinking about Chaos Child a lot in life, just in general. I hope Anonymous Code is good, because it's the last one, besides side games. And it's also the most recent one, because it came out, what, the year or two before? But I'm definitely very interested to see what Occultic 9 has in it, because it's mostly just the light novels, and I think it was the light novels first and then the visual novel adaptation, which did not get translated and published outside of Japan, which I do find that really interesting. I hope seeing the anime will help us understand why, maybe, because who knows, it might be an even weaker entry than Robotics Notes. That'll be interesting to see, for sure. I think the main thing that's also getting to me is that Anonymous Code is going to be so short. It's literally shorter than, like, Linear Bounded Phenogram, and that was short. So, right, I think you're right. I don't think it was supposed to be a Science Adventure entry originally here. I could maybe look into this. Hang on. Yeah, so it was a light novel series first, later adapted into the visual novel, published by Mages, of course. November 2017. That's when that came out. Interesting. Huh. So the original run for the light novel was from 2014 to 2017. That's around when Chaos Child came out. That's really interesting. Huh. The anime came out in 2016. And then the video game came out in 2017. That's really interesting. So even the anime came out before the visual novel did. And the visual novel is on PlayStation 4, Vita, and Xbox One, and of course Japan only. So this will definitely be pretty different. So, like, I'll be kind of curious as to why I ended up getting chucked into the science adventure series. Oh, the light novels were translated to English, from what I can tell. 3 volumes have been released, and there was a planned 4th volume. So, yeah, it seems like even the light novels didn't get finished. That's really interesting. Oh, shoot. Okay, so the first volume came out 2014, the second volume 2015, so the anime probably only covers those 2, because the third novel came out in 2017, so that probably has something to do with the content in-game for the visual novel. Shikura has said he's considering releasing the game in the West. I don't think it is. A Switch port was announced in September 2018. I don't think that ended up happening. However, yeah, the story content was planned to be added to the previously released versions as a free update. However, following an extended period of no additional information, it was confirmed to be cancelled during a live stream in August 2022. Shikura also stated that if they were to revisit Occultic 9 one day, it would be with a remake similar to Robotics Notes Elite. I find it interesting that it's saying specifically Robotics Notes Elite, because, like, if I can have my thoughts, like, Steins Gate Elite was a little bit of a reboot, but it was more of, like, removing a little bit of things and then, like, adding the anime stuff. I don't remember if Robotics Notes Elite came out before or after, Steins Gate Elite. But if it's, like, saying with a remake similar to Robotics Notes Elite, I think that tells me that, like, more stuff was added or remade for Robotics Notes Elite versus original Robotics Notes, because we didn't play the original Robotics Notes, just Elite, because that's what's available on Steam. But that's really interesting. So, it doesn't say anything about it not originally being for the Science Adventure series, but it does seem like it was dropped for several things, so that's really interesting to me. Especially the light novel release thing, because only 2 volumes were out before the anime adaptation. And there was supposed to be a 4th one, and it never happened. That's really interesting to me. Robotics Notes Elite did in fact happen before Steins Gate Elite. And Robotics Notes Elite was also released the same year as Chaos Child. That's really interesting to me. Chaos Head Noah came out a year after Chaos Head. I somehow thought that the Chaos Head Noah was, like, further apart from original Chaos Head, so that's interesting. But yeah, since Anonymous Code is going to be fairly short, we'll probably end up doing Steins Gate Elite after, if not the Steins Gate reboot. And it'll be fun if we do end up doing those back-to-back, just because, like, they're both remakes of the original. So it'll be interesting to see how they compare, type thing. But yeah, no, all of this will definitely be very interesting, seeing how things continue for the Science Adventure series. There's a canonical short story called Tomorrow in the Box. A book celebrating the series' 5th anniversary, which released in January 2014. It's a crossover between the first 3 entries in the series, Chaos Head, Steins Gate, and Robotics Notes. I'm very interested in that, because that sounds interesting. Throughout the series, the development team aimed for a rate of 99% science and 1% fantasy. Honestly, that's fair. Back to the Future Part 2 is a direct influence on Steins Gate specifically. Oh, and the mages cooperated directly with JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, for Robotics Notes. That's actually kind of crazy. Oh, and I definitely can hear that. Albo noted that while all the games are part of one series, their sounds have different images. Comparing them to weather, he called Chaos Head rainy, Steins Gate cloudy, Robotics Notes clear weather, and Chaos Child stormy. I definitely can hear that. He used the same process for all of them when composing music, yeah. Huh, that's really cool. Me when I'm 99% science. This is really interesting, just to read the Wikipedia page. Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay, so both Occultic 9 and Anonymous Code were intended to be part of a separate series from Science Adventure. That's interesting. The former's original light novels, Occultic 9, were labeled as a separate Paranormal Science NVL series. Its visual novel adaptation and Anonymous Code refer to internally as part of the Science Visual Novel series, which was originally announced to be separate from Science Adventure, but has since been incorporated into the series. Occultic 9 was planned to be updated with new story content tying it more closely with Science Adventure with an expanded release title, The New World, but those plans ultimately scrapped. That's really interesting to know that even Anonymous Code was intended to be part of this different series. That's definitely something that we'll have to keep in mind when we get to that. Although I guess it kind of extra works out that we're watching Occultic 9 and then playing Anonymous Code, since they both were originally intended to be part of the Science Adventure series. That's really interesting. But yeah, definitely the Wikipedia page about the Science Adventure series is definitely an interesting read for sure. But yeah, I'm definitely excited to keep venturing on the Science Adventure series. But yeah, no, Chaos Child is definitely going to stay with us for a while. Thank you guys so much for joining as always. I hope you guys look forward to more of our Science Adventure series adventures, especially now that we have closed this chapter and we'll be going on to the next one. But yeah, I definitely appreciate your support as always. I think I will in fact go ahead and slap this onto the video at the start of the true ending. It'll be weird, not weird, but like kind of dumb to separate them when they can be together and friends. I feel like I should shut the fuck up. I will catch you all next time, though. If you guys have more thoughts to share about Chaos Child or any of the other Science Adventure series, there is, in fact, the forum page in the Discord server, so please yap there or in the comments of the YouTube video if that's where you are. And I will catch you all next time. Whenever you're next able to join me, I hope you have a delightful time together. Yeah, I don't know. But...